Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. I had always lived in Florida, so when my boyfriend at the time lost his job and had no choice but to move back to Ohio, I faced a difficult decision. I was pregnant, and that was my biggest reason for going with him. I didn't want to be apart from him, and I wanted to keep our family together. Moving wasn't something I wanted, but it felt like the only choice I had. When we arrived in Ohio, we stayed with his dad for the first week. His mom and stepfather were on vacation in Ireland, so we had a place to stay until we could move in with them. The first day there, my boyfriend went to work with his dad, leaving me alone in the house. I didn't know anyone in Ohio, and I didn't know my way around, so boredom settled in quickly. His childhood bedroom was upstairs, a room he had shared with his brother. Out of curiosity and with nothing else to do, I decided to check it out. As I climbed the stairs, a strange sensation washed over me. It was heavy, almost as if the air itself was pushing back against me. My legs felt sluggish, and my breathing became strained. I told myself it was nothing, just my pregnancy and my asthma acting up. But the feeling only grew worse as I reached the top. The room had a sloped ceiling, almost like an attic space. There were 2 beds, one on each side, with a window in the center. A bookshelf stood at the foot of one bed, a desk at the foot of the other. The right side bed was directly in front of the closet, and the bedroom door was beside it. As I looked around, my attention went to the pictures and trophies on the bookshelf. That's when a deep, overwhelming feeling settled over me, a certainty that I should not be in that room. The air was thick, pressing in on me, making it even harder to breathe. Something did not want me there. My heart pounded, my skin tingled, and a sense of dread took over. I turned to leave. The second I stepped out of the room, I felt something behind me. Panic shot through me as I rushed down the stairs. It was as if something was chasing me, right on my heels, closing in fast. I didn't stop, I didn't look back. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to get out. If I had slowed down for even a second, I was sure it would have slammed into me. The moment I reached the bottom, the feeling disappeared. The air was light again, and I could breathe normally. But I knew what I had felt. Something dark was there, lingering on that staircase. After that, I never went back up. Any time I passed by the staircase, I hurried past without looking. I didn't tell my boyfriend or his dad about what had happened. I didn't want to sound crazy. For the rest of the week, nothing else happened, until our last night in the house. That evening, his dad was taking us out to dinner. I was in the bathroom getting ready. The only light in the house was coming from the bathroom since we were about to leave. Everything else was dim, but I could still see into the hallway. The weight room was immediately to the right, our bedroom was next to it, and across from our room was the staircase. From where I stood, I could also see part of the living room and the front door. As I was fixing my hair, I saw my boyfriend walk past the doorway and into the weight room. I knew it was him. He always wore a hoodie, no matter the weather. It was a habit of his, something I had seen 100 times before. I called out to him, asking if I had time to straighten my hair. He didn't answer. I called again. Still nothing. Annoyed, I stepped out of the bathroom and into the weight room. It was empty. A cold chill ran through me. I knew what I had seen. I had seen a man in a hoodie walk into that room. But there was no way he could have left without me noticing. The only 2 exits were in my direct line of sight. I turned and hurried outside, where my boyfriend and his dad were standing by my car talking. "You were just inside, right?" I asked him. He frowned. No, we've been out here the whole time. I knew he wasn't lying. There was no way he could have gone inside, walked past me, and then made it back outside without me seeing him. I told him what I had just seen, but he brushed it off. The next morning, we packed up and left for his mom's house. I had never been so relieved to leave a place in my life. But if I had known what was waiting for me at his mom's house, I would have gone straight back to Florida. The first night in her house, I took a shower in the downstairs bathroom. It felt like someone was watching me. The shower doors were made of clear glass. I could see through them, knew no one was there, but the sensation never faded. The feeling continued for the rest of the week. I ignored it, telling myself it was just in my head. A few weeks later, I was sitting with his mom, watching Ghost Hunters. Out of nowhere, she casually mentioned that children always saw a man in the house. Her granddaughter had even once asked, "Whose daddy is that?" She told me that she and her husband had never seen anything themselves, but the figure was always described the same way, a man in the front room, near the staircase. I kept my thoughts to myself. Then, one day, I saw him. It was broad daylight, around noon. I was home alone, sitting in the den. As I turned my head, I caught movement in the corner of my vision. A solid black figure walked from the kitchen, around the dining room table, and into the downstairs bathroom. It was a man. His head was slightly down, his hands tucked into his pockets. His hair was styled like it was from the 1950s, and his collar was turned up on his jacket. I didn't feel fear, not like I had before. It wasn't an evil presence, but it was real. After that, I refused to go into that bathroom again. Later, I told his mom what I had seen and asked if I could use her bathroom instead. She didn't question it. After that day, I never saw him again. A few months later, my boyfriend and I broke up. I left Ohio and never returned to either house. It has been 7 years. I don't know if he's still there, still wandering through that home. But I know what I saw. And I know I'll never go back. When I was 12 years old, something strange happened to me. At the time, my family and I were living in Denmark. As a Muslim, I had always been aware of jinns and the things they were capable of, but until that night, they had just been stories to me, something I had only heard about from others. One evening, I was in my room playing computer games when I suddenly felt something grab my shoulder. It wasn't just a light touch, it felt like an actual hand, gripping me firmly. I froze. My heart started pounding. Slowly, I turned around, expecting to see someone standing behind me. But there was no one there. A cold shiver ran down my spine, and within seconds, I jumped out of my chair and ran straight to the living room where my family was. My hands were shaking as I tried to explain what had just happened, but before they could even react, my little brother suddenly came running in from the kitchen. His face was pale, his eyes wide with fear. "Something touched me too," he said, his voice panicked. That was the first bizarre encounter I ever had. But it was far from the last. Years later, we moved to London. By then, I had convinced myself that what happened in Denmark was just my imagination. But that belief wouldn't last. One summer, my cousin came to visit us from Sweden. One night, she was in my room using my computer. We only had one computer in the house, and it was set up in my room, so I let her use it while I lay in bed, trying to fall asleep. I could hear her typing, chatting with her friends on Facebook, the sound of the keyboard filling the quiet room. After about 30 minutes, I started drifting off, my body relaxing into sleep. Then I woke up. Something was wrong. A heavy, suffocating feeling pressed down on my chest. I tried to move, but my body wouldn't respond. I couldn't even breathe properly. I panicked. I could still see my cousin, completely unaware of what was happening to me, still sitting there, smiling, her fingers clicking against the keyboard. I tried to scream, to call out for her, but no sound came out. Back then, I didn't know what sleep paralysis was. All I knew was that I was trapped inside my own body, completely helpless, convinced I was about to die. Eventually, the paralysis faded, and I gasped for air, my body finally able to move again. That was the night my fascination with the supernatural began. From that point on, I wasn't afraid anymore. If anything, I became obsessed. I wanted to prove I wasn't scared. I started mocking these beings, shouting at them, daring them to show themselves. I would stand in my room and challenge them. "I'm not afraid of you. If you're real, then show yourself." For a while, nothing happened. But then, one morning, I realized just how dangerous that was. I had just come home after spending the night at a friend's house. It was early, the sun was shining through my curtains, and I could hear my siblings talking in the other room. Everything felt normal. I lay down on my bed, staring up at the ceiling, about to fall asleep. Then I felt it. Fingertips. They were at my ankles, pressing lightly against my skin. Before I could react, they started moving upward, slowly trailing up toward my knees. It wasn't random. The touch was controlled, deliberate. It felt like two invisible hands were running their fingers up my legs at the exact same pace. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I knew it wasn't my imagination. Then, just as the fingers reached my knees, something shot past me. It was fast, like a shadow, but it wasn't just a blur. For a split second, I saw its face. And it was the creepiest face I had ever seen. My entire body went cold. I felt like I was about to pass out from fear. That was the moment I understood, this wasn't a game. I had been inviting something dangerous into my life, and now, it had come to show me just how real it was. After that, I stopped provoking them. But the encounters didn't stop. One night, I was lying in bed, scrolling through my phone. The room was silent, the only sound coming from the occasional tap of my fingers on the screen. Then, out of nowhere, a scream rang in my ear. It was so loud and sudden that my entire body jerked in shock. My heart pounded as I whipped my head around, expecting to see someone right next to me. There was nothing. I turned to my brother, who was in the room with me. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice still shaking. He looked at me, confused. "Hear what?" That was when I knew, whatever screamed at me, only I had heard it. Then there was the night when something dragged me out of bed. It happened so fast that I didn't even have time to react. One moment, I was lying there peacefully, the next, I was yanked off my bed. But that wasn't even the strangest part. When I stood up, I saw my own body still lying in bed. I was awake, I could hear my family talking and laughing in the other room, but I was outside my body. I stood there in shock, staring at myself, unable to comprehend what was happening. It felt surreal, like I was in two places at once. Then, suddenly, I snapped back, and I woke up in my bed. The strangest part? When I asked my family about the conversation I had overheard, they confirmed every single detail. There have been many more encounters since then, but these are the ones that have stuck with me the most. I used to think these things weren't real. I don't think that anymore. When I was 8 years old, something happened to me that I have never been able to forget. It was a quiet afternoon, around noon, and I was home alone in our Bahay Kubo, Nipa hut. My two eldest sisters and my older brother were at school, and my parents were at the farm with my two younger siblings. With nothing else to do, I had fallen asleep inside the house, enjoying the silence. Suddenly, I was woken up by tiny voices. "Ayan na, ayan na! Yeehee! Geising na siya! Ayan na, ayan na! Here we go! Here we go! Yes! She is awake now! Here we go! Here we go!" I was groggy and confused, not sure if I was dreaming or if I had really heard those voices. At first I ignored it, but then the irritation set in. Someone was clearly disturbing my sleep, and I was not in the mood to play games. I got up, determined to find out who was making the noise. I stepped outside, expecting to see some kids playing. But what I saw made me stop in my tracks. Near the big rock beside our house, two tiny figures stood there. A man and a woman, no taller than my third finger. The woman was wearing a bikini, and the man had on swimming trunks. They were playing in the rainwater that had collected in the small holes of the stone. I couldn't move. My mind struggled to understand what I was looking at. For 3 long seconds, I just stood there, staring. Then the fear hit me. I turned and ran as fast as I could. My heart was pounding, my feet barely touching the ground as I sprinted straight to my Ninang's godmother's house, which was only a short distance away. When I arrived, I was out of breath, cold sweat covering my body. "Oh? Nonsa man ka?" my Ninang asked me. "What happened to you?" I was still shaking, trying to catch my breath. "Nanakita ko uji babai pati laki, Ninang sa dakon bato. Nagswat uji pankaligo tapos gag me asila." I saw a woman and a man, godmother. They were on the big rock, wearing swimsuits, and they were so small. She listened patiently, then shook her head. "It's just your imagination. Don't pay attention to it." I wanted to argue, to tell her that what I saw was real, but something about her tone told me she wouldn't believe me no matter what I said. I decided not to mention it to my parents when they got home that evening. If Ninang thought it was just my imagination, then they would probably say the same thing. But I knew what I saw. And I knew I wasn't dreaming. As time passed, I tried to forget about that strange encounter. I told myself it was better to push it out of my mind than to keep thinking about something I couldn't explain. But what happened 2 years later made me realize that maybe I could never truly forget. When I was 10, I had another strange experience, and this time, I wasn't alone. My younger sister Bibi, who was 7 at the time, was with me. Our Bahay Kubo was small, with only 1 bedroom for our entire family of 8. To create some privacy, my father had built a wooden divider in the middle of the room, separating it into 2 spaces. He didn't put a door between them, only an open doorway so he and my mother could still see us. The upper left part of the room was where I, my 2 eldest sisters, and my older brother slept. The upper right side was where my parents slept with Bibi and our youngest sibling, Leo, who was 4 years old. The lower left side of the house was our living room, and the lower right was our kitchen. The only way to get from our room to the kitchen and living room was through our sleeping area, so we had no real doors inside the house. One night, after everyone had fallen asleep, I found myself wide awake. Something felt off. I wasn't sure what it was, but I felt uncomfortable, like a heavy presence was in the room with me. We always left the lights on at night, so the entire house was dimly lit. From where I was lying, I could see the kitchen and living room clearly. I had no idea why, but for some reason, I was sleeping near the doorway. That wasn't normal. I always slept in the center of the bed, and I was sure that was where I had fallen asleep that night. I closed my eyes, trying to ignore the feeling and go back to sleep. But when I opened them again, my heart nearly stopped. Sitting at the dining table in the kitchen, staring directly at me, was Bibi. She was wearing a black dress, sitting so still, her expression blank. I stared back at her, confused. Why was she awake? Why was she sitting there, just watching me? Something felt wrong. I turned my head toward the other side of the room, toward my parents' sleeping area. My body turned ice cold. Bibi was sleeping next to my father. I couldn't breathe. I wanted to scream, to cry, to wake everyone up, but I couldn't make a sound. My brother shifted in his sleep, and I took the opportunity to move. As he rolled to the side, I moved closer to him, trying to get away from the doorway. But when I turned back toward the kitchen, Bibi was no longer sitting at the table. She was standing in the doorway, right in front of me. Her face was still blank, her eyes still locked onto mine. I shut my eyes and started praying. I pulled the blanket over my head, shaking, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I prayed and prayed, willing myself not to move, not to breathe, not to acknowledge whatever it was that was standing there. Then, somehow, I gathered the strength to roll back to the center of the bed. I didn't know how, but I did it. I kept my eyes closed, refusing to look, refusing to let fear consume me. I don't remember when I fell asleep, but when I woke up the next morning, I was back in the center of the bed. Everything seemed normal again. I didn't tell anyone what had happened. I didn't ask Bibi if she had been awake that night because deep down, I knew it wasn't her. I knew it wasn't my imagination. I never spoke about it, but I never forgot. No matter how much I wanted to. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Many years ago, I lived a normal and quiet life. Nothing unusual ever happened, nothing paranormal. That was until I moved to Montana. I had gone there to stay with a friend and another roommate. We were all adults, between the ages of 28 and 36. For the sake of the story, I'll call them Tom and Steve. The house was new. None of us had any interest in Wicca or the occult, and we weren't involved in anything that could be considered unusual. We weren't partiers or heavy drinkers, we didn't use drugs, and we all lived fairly routine lives. There was nothing about our situation that should have led to something strange happening. But then, one night, something did. For the first time in my life, I felt something touch me. At first, it was a light sensation on my back, so subtle I almost ignored it. But then it happened again, stronger this time. It was unmistakable. I was being touched. At first, I tried to dismiss it. Maybe I was just imagining things, maybe it was just some trick of the nerves. But as time passed, the touches became more frequent, more intense, and more deliberate. One night, I came home like usual, nothing out of the ordinary. I was alone, there was no strange energy in the air, nothing that would have given me any sense of warning. I lay down in bed and closed my eyes. And then it lifted me off the bed. It was like an invisible force had grabbed hold of me and jerked me upward, my entire body spasming violently. It wasn't just a random twitch or a muscle spasm, this was something external, something with intention. I could feel it. Panic shot through me. I had never experienced anything like it before. I wasn't sick. I wasn't hallucinating. I had been medically and psychologically evaluated, and every test confirmed that I was perfectly normal. Yet, no matter where I went, this thing followed me. At first, I didn't tell anyone. I didn't want to sound insane. I hoped it was just an isolated event, something that would pass with time. But it didn't. The more I ignored it, the more persistent it became. It happened when I was awake, when I was asleep, when I was alone, when I wasn't. I would feel a presence near me, its energy brushing against my skin. Sometimes it was faint, just a tingling feeling, other times it was undeniable. The sensation of hands pressing against my body, gripping, holding. It never hurt me, but it made itself known. I prayed. I read my Bible. I fasted. I used holy water. I did everything I had ever been taught to do when facing something dark, but none of it made a difference. Then one night, it touched me in a way that sent a wave of nausea through me. It grabbed me in a place that was deeply inappropriate, and in that moment, I knew without a doubt that whatever this was, it wasn't just some lingering energy. It was something evil. Since that night, I have never slept in the dark again. I keep the lights on at all times, hoping that somehow it will help. But it doesn't. It comes whether the room is lit or not. Even my partner, someone who had never believed in the paranormal, started to experience it. One night, while they were holding me, they suddenly pulled away, their body tensing. Something had touched their arm. They described it as an electric sensation, like static crawling over their skin. It was the exact same feeling I had been describing for years. A mix between a soft touch and an unsettling tickle. I have tried to fight it. I have screamed at it, cursed at it, even thrown punches into the air, but none of it has worked. If anything, my anger only seems to entertain it. It knows I can't hurt it. I have traveled across the United States, staying in different hotels, different homes, different cities. But no matter where I go, it is always there. It happens every night. At this point, I would know if there was some kind of message attached to it, some reason for it to keep returning. But there is nothing. It does not communicate, does not whisper, does not show itself. It only touches. It does nothing but steal my sleep, torment my nights, and remind me that I am not alone. I don't know what it wants. I don't know if it will ever leave. And I don't know how much longer I can take this. When I was in the US military, I was stationed in Bauholder, West Germany. It was the year 1965, and up until then, my life had been completely normal. I had never encountered anything strange or paranormal. That changed one evening in the most unexpected way. The workday had ended, and I was in the day room, dressed in civilian clothes, talking with a friend. The day room was a place where soldiers could relax, watch television, play cards, socialize. Nothing unusual ever happened there. I was telling my friend about a visit to the dentist earlier that day. I had gone in for a persistent toothache, expecting nothing more than a routine extraction. While I sat in the chair, the military dentist, in what I could only assume was an attempt to scare me into better dental hygiene, pointed out how badly my gums were receding behind my lower front teeth. "There's nothing that can reverse the damage," he told me. "I'm giving your teeth last rites." He said it casually, but something about the phrase unsettled me. Then, with almost too much enthusiasm, he added, "I can pull them all out for you now, if you're ready." I shook my head. "No, sir. Just the one that hurts. I'll brush more frequently, but thank you for your concern." I closed my eyes, waiting for the needle, the pain throbbing in my jaw. The procedure was quick, and once it was over, I left the dental clinic with a sore mouth and an odd feeling about what the dentist had said. "Last rites, my ass?" I muttered to myself as I walked back to work. He just wanted to use me for practice. As I sat in the day room, finishing my story, I noticed that my friend's attention had drifted. I followed his gaze and saw that a stranger was standing near us, listening. He was shorter than me, stocky, with an extremely close-cropped haircut and bulging eyes. His round face and red shirt made him look like a fire hydrant. He leaned in closer, nodded, and in a tight-lipped smile said, "Last rites, that's right. Me too." There was something about the way he said it that made my stomach turn. Before I could react, he motioned for me to follow him. "I have something to show you," he said. I don't know why, but I followed him. Maybe it was curiosity, maybe something else. We moved to a less crowded corner of the day room. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and pointed to what looked like a plastic, skin-colored mass attached behind his lower front teeth. "This is a permanent fix," he said. "My dentist applied it. Problem solved forever." My friend, now just as intrigued, joined us. He asked to see it too, and the man opened his mouth again, showing him the strange material behind his teeth. I was fascinated. "Where did you get that?" I asked. "Who did this for you?" His response sent a chill down my spine. "You need to know certain people." It was a strange thing to say, and I was about to ask more when he suddenly changed the subject. "Here, look at this," he said, unbuttoning his shirt. I wasn't prepared for what I saw. In the middle of his chest was a jagged, puffy scar, at least 5 to 6 inches long. It looked Frankenstein-like, an ugly mark that seemed almost unnatural. The shift from talking about his teeth to exposing a scar like that was abrupt, unsettling. The first thought that came to my mind was open-heart surgery. "How the hell are you in the army with something like that?" I asked. "I knew a guy who got discharged from basic training for having a slight heart murmur. That scar looks way worse than anything that should have passed a medical exam." He smiled, tight-lipped again. "I'm not in the army." That wasn't reassuring. If he wasn't in the army, then who was he? And what was he doing in our day room? A wave of unease washed over me as I started putting things together. His odd appearance, his strange answers, the way he spoke in half-truths. Then, without hesitation, he said something that sent shivers through my entire body. "I had a heart condition. It wasn't diagnosed in time. I died because of it." I froze. He nodded, his expression serious. "I was given last rites. I died and was buried." His voice was calm, matter-of-fact, like he was telling me about the weather. He used words like, funeral parlor coffin, and dead and buried. Then, his voice lowered as if he was telling a secret. But I was rescued from the grave. I felt my stomach drop. He spoke about a medical procedure that had restored his life. That his heart had been fixed. It's who you know, he said again. I didn't know what to say. I stood there, silent, trying to process what he had just told me. He leaned in even closer. I'm a worker now, he whispered. My friend and I exchanged glances, both of us unsure whether this was some elaborate joke or something much darker. He went on to explain that there were thousands like him, that this had been going on for centuries, that many deaths were correctable, and those who were brought back were put to work. He said he was grateful, that his new purpose was to serve those with the advanced knowledge to perform these miraculous procedures. His teeth had been fixed as nothing more than a minor adjustment, just a tune-up, after his return. And, he added, these graveyard resurrections happen all the time. I felt my skin crawl. Trying to absorb what he was telling me, I just stood there, my mind racing. Was he saying he was some kind of zombie? A reanimated corpse? Or was this something else entirely? Then, suddenly, he stopped talking. His expression changed. He glanced across the room, his body going rigid. I followed his gaze. A tall man was standing near the far end of the room, speaking with some soldiers seated on a couch. But his eyes were locked on us. And then, something even stranger happened. I heard him speak, but not with my ears. It was in my head. I couldn't make out the exact words, but I knew he was reprimanding Mr. Fireplug, demanding to know what he was saying to us. Mr. Fireplug's face paled. He looked nervous, then, without another word, he turned and walked away quickly. My friend and I stood there, still trying to process what had just happened. The conversation replayed in my mind over and over. Years later, I would ask several dentists if there was any known plastic material that could be applied behind the teeth to fix receding gums. Every time, the answer was the same. No. There's nothing like that. Looking back, I can't help but wonder if Mr. Fireplug had said too much that day. And if he had, what exactly had we stumbled into? Maybe someday, we'll all find out. When I was 17, I had the chance to take my first big trip alone. It was exciting for me because it meant going to Paris for the first time, completely unsupervised. My mother had a friend who lived there, and his partner happened to have an unoccupied apartment just across the street. They offered to let me stay there for a few days. It was a perfect setup. I could explore the city all day, enjoy sightseeing, and return to the small apartment at night to rest. Everything was peaceful, uneventful, and exactly how I had imagined it. Until one night. I was asleep when I was suddenly awakened by loud knocking on the front door. At first, I was disoriented, unsure if I was still dreaming. Then I heard a woman's voice, frantic and desperate. She wasn't just knocking on my door, she was moving from one door to the next, banging loudly, crying for help. Even in my half-awake state, I immediately realized something strange. The woman was speaking in French. I had only been learning French for a few months, and I knew that I wasn't fluent enough to dream in it. That's when it hit me. I was completely awake. Fear took hold of me. I didn't dare open the door. I lay frozen in bed, listening as the woman continued knocking, her voice filled with desperation. Yet I never heard anyone else in the building open their doors. No one responded. Minutes passed, and then she was gone. The hallway fell silent again. I waited, my heart racing, but there were no more knocks, no more cries. I tried to convince myself that it was nothing, just a late-night incident with a stranger in distress. I wanted to go back to sleep, but I was still too shaken. Then, just as I started to relax, I heard a noise coming from the entrance of the apartment. It was subtle at first. A faint sound, like something small shifting. But then I heard something unmistakable, the sound of the lock turning. My breath caught in my throat. I turned my head slightly toward the door, and I saw it move. The lock was twisting, as if someone was unlocking it from the outside. Panic set in. My first thought was that a burglar was breaking in. I didn't know what to do, so I did the only thing I could think of. I pretended to be asleep. I kept my eyes barely open, just enough to see what was happening while still making it seem like I was unconscious. My plan was simple. If it was a thief, I would let them take whatever they wanted. If I didn't react, maybe they wouldn't harm me. The door creaked as it opened. I held my breath. Someone stepped inside. At first, I could only make out a shadowy figure moving toward me. Then, as my vision adjusted, I saw him. A small boy, no older than 7 or 8, wearing a pale brown and green overall with a white shirt underneath. His figure was slightly transparent, his skin paper white. He walked straight toward my bed. I was paralyzed with fear. He reached out and touched me, gently shaking my body as if trying to wake me up. His voice was soft but urgent, pleading. "Please wake up," he whispered. "You have to come with me. Please, you have to see this," he insisted, his small hands pressing against me, desperate for me to wake up. For a moment, I hesitated. What if I followed him? What if this wasn't something to be afraid of? Maybe he needed help. Maybe there was something important he had to show me. But no matter how much I tried to rationalize it, I was too scared. I kept my eyes closed, pretending to be asleep. After a few more seconds, the boy stopped. I heard his footsteps moving away, his small feet padding against the wooden floor. I forced myself to open my eyes just a little, just in time to see the door closing on its own. The lock turned again, and then it was silent. I lay there, my body rigid, my mind racing. I didn't move, didn't even breathe too loudly, until the first rays of morning sunlight began creeping through the window. The moment daylight arrived, I jumped out of bed and turned on every single light in the apartment. I didn't sleep for the rest of my stay. Every night, I left the lights on, unwilling to let the darkness take over again. A few days later, my mother's friend asked me to accompany him to the basement of his building. He needed to retrieve something from the storage room and thought I might find the history of the building interesting. As we walked down, he pointed out an old list of names written during World War II. It had been kept there for decades. The list contained the names of everyone who had lived in the building, and the names of those who had died in the bombings were crossed out. I felt a chill run through me as I stared at it. I hesitated, then told him about what had happened in the apartment. I described the boy, the way he was dressed, the way he spoke, the way he had pleaded for me to follow him. I expected my mother's friend to say something like, "That makes sense," or to confirm that children had lived there during the war. Instead, he shook his head. "That building wasn't here during the war," he said. "It was built in the 1960s. I don't know what was here before." My stomach twisted. If the building hadn't existed during the war, then who was the boy? And where had he come from? I've thought about that night many times over the years. It has been a decade since it happened, but even now, the memory sends chills down my spine. It remains the closest experience I have ever had to seeing a spirit. Blue Mountains is an underdeveloped subdivision in Antipolo City, Philippines. It serves as a connecting road between two major highways, Marcos Highway, which is lower, and Samulong Highway, which is higher up. During the early hours of the morning, from around 4:30 to 6 a.m., the place is lively, filled with joggers and early risers doing their morning exercise. Throughout the day, students, workers, and vehicles pass through because of its accessibility. But at night, the atmosphere changes completely. The road becomes eerily dark, with only a few scattered street lights barely illuminating the way. There are only 3 occupied houses along the road, and the rest of the area is made up of vacant lots overgrown with tall grass. It is the kind of place that feels unsafe, the kind of place that invites danger. It has gained a reputation over the years as a dumping ground for crime victims. In the last 5 years alone, around 50 bodies have been discovered in the area, and perhaps even more remain unfound. Despite this, my friends and I frequently visited a 24-hour fast food chain near the upper street corner of Blue Mountains. It was the only place open late at night with a large alfresco dining area for smokers, and since it was close to our neighborhood, it became our regular hangout spot. We knew the risks of passing through Blue Mountains late at night, but for 4 years, we never encountered anything too unusual. Until that one night in November 2014. It was around 3 a.m. when we decided to go home after spending a few hours at the fast food joint. There were 5 of us in total, me, my boyfriend Rex, and 3 of our friends. We got into the SUV, ready to drive through the dark stretch of Blue Mountains. One of our friends, Magic, the youngest in the group, decided to do something reckless. Instead of getting inside the vehicle, he climbed onto the roof, gripping the roof railings. We told him repeatedly to get inside, but he refused. So, as a harmless prank, we decided to play along. Rex started the SUV and drove off, with Magic clinging to the top of the car. At first, he was laughing, shouting excitedly as the wind rushed past him. Everything seemed normal, just another one of his childish antics. But then, his screams changed. His excited yells turned into something else, something terrified, something filled with sheer panic. "Stop the car!" he screamed. "Let me in!" His voice was different. Alarmed, we immediately told Rex to pull over. He stopped the SUV in the darkest part of Blue Mountains. We were still trying to process what was happening when Rex, being his usual mischievous self, decided to extend the prank. He quickly got out to pee on a nearby tree but, at the same time, locked the doors from outside, leaving Magic stranded outside in the darkness. What happened next shook us all to the core. Magic started screaming at the top of his lungs, pounding on the door violently. "Guys! Open the door! Let me in! Let me in!" I reached for the lock, ready to unlock it, but the doors kept locking by themselves. I glared at Rex, thinking he was still messing around. "Quit fooling around!" I snapped. "Let him in!" But then Rex lifted his hands into the air, showing me he wasn't touching the controls. "I'm not locking the doors," he said, his voice suddenly serious. I froze. If he wasn't locking the doors, then who was? Panic set in. I kept pressing the unlock button, but every time I did, it locked again. The doors continued this eerie back and forth struggle for several more seconds. Then, suddenly it stopped. The lock finally released, and Magic scrambled inside, his entire body shaking. Halfway through the door, just as he was climbing in, something white shot past the front of the vehicle. It moved so fast it was barely more than a blur. Then we heard it. A loud bang against the rear left side of the SUV. My friends in the back seat immediately turned to check the window, expecting to see someone outside. But there was no one. No footsteps. No signs of life. Just the eerie silence of the night. Magic sat there, gasping for breath, his face pale. Nobody said a word. We drove straight to our friend's studio apartment, all of us too shaken to speak. Once we got there, we grabbed a flashlight and went to check the back of the vehicle. On the exact spot where we heard the bang, there was a handprint. A single, ghostly handprint imprinted on the metal surface. We stared at it, our minds racing. There was no mistaking it. It was too large for any of us, and it hadn't been there earlier. That night, something had tried to keep Magic outside. Something had been toying with us. Abby, one of our friends who had always been a firm skeptic, became a believer that night. She had never believed in ghosts, never entertained the idea of spirits, but after what we experienced, she had no more doubts. To this day, I don't know what we encountered in Blue Mountains that night. Maybe we had disturbed a restless soul. Maybe we had been playing in a place where we weren't welcome. All I know is that we left something behind in that darkness. And something followed us home. It happened in 2007, in my hometown of Fairmont, North Carolina. The night sky was completely dark, except for the full moon and a blanket of stars that lit up the surroundings beautifully. It was the kind of night that felt peaceful, the kind where the air was cool and everything seemed calm. Since the weather was nice, I asked my cousin Lynn if she wanted to go for a drive. She agreed, and we decided to visit a local bootlegger to pick up some drinks and cigarettes, since all the stores in town closed by 10 p.m. I didn't personally know the bootlegger, so I chose to stay in the car while Lynn went inside. As I sat there waiting, I leaned back and stared at the stars, completely lost in thought. It was quiet, the kind of stillness that feels heavy, but I didn't pay much attention to it at first. Then, from the corner of my eye, I noticed something strange. Someone was peeking out from one of the windows of the house. At first I assumed it was Lynn checking on me, maybe just making sure I was okay. But then, the porch light flickered on and off. I thought it was a joke and ignored it. A few minutes later, Lynn returned to the car with 2 shots of gin and 3 cigarettes. She got in, and we sat in the yard for a while because she had misplaced her phone. While we waited, the porch light started flickering again, but this time it was different. The pattern was quicker, more frantic, as if someone inside was trying to send a signal. My heart dropped. The first time, I thought it was just a prank, but now, something didn't feel right. Trying to shake off the uneasiness, I asked Lynn where we should park to drink. We decided to drive down a dirt road near a tobacco field, about a mile away. It was an area that didn't get many visitors, which made it the perfect secluded spot. I parked the car on the side of the field, and we sat there for about 30 minutes, sharing childhood stories and laughing like we always did. The air was calm, and the gentle rustling of the wind against the tobacco leaves made the night feel peaceful again. As I sat there, I suddenly felt a heavy weight settle on my shoulders. It wasn't physical, but it was there, an overwhelming sense of something pressing down on me. I turned to Lynn and asked if she had seen anyone inside the house by the front door when she was there. She looked confused and said that everyone had been sitting in the dining room the whole time. Her answer made me uneasy. If no one had been near the front door, then who had been staring at me from the window? I tried to push the thought away and continued watching the wind move through the field, trying to convince myself it was all in my head. But then, something appeared on the dirt road ahead of us. At first, it was just a shadow, a figure in the distance, barely visible in the moonlight. I assumed it was someone from a nearby house walking toward the bootlegger, so I didn't say anything. A couple of minutes passed, and the figure got closer. That's when I realized something was off. The way it moved wasn't normal. It wasn't walking, it was gliding, hovering slightly above the ground. As it got even closer, I could make out more details. It was a man, dressed in all black, his body covered completely. The only thing visible were his flaming red eyes that seemed to burn through the darkness. A deep sense of dread settled in my stomach. I turned to Lynn quickly and asked if she saw what I was seeing. She nodded slowly but seemed unsure, almost as if she couldn't believe her own eyes. At first, she thought she was imagining it. But then, the figure stopped. He was staring directly at us. It felt as if time itself had frozen, like everything around us had gone still. The air was thick, almost suffocating, and I felt paralyzed by fear. He started moving again, gliding toward the car, slowly but deliberately. My mind was racing. Should I start the car and drive off? Should I wait and see what he would do? My hands trembled as I gripped the steering wheel, trying to decide. The moment he reached my window, I snapped out of it. Without thinking, I slammed my foot on the gas, the tires kicking up dirt as we sped away. Neither of us spoke during the ride back. When we finally reached my grandmother's house, I turned off the engine and sat there for a moment, trying to calm my nerves. I turned to Lynn and asked her again, "Did you really see him? And if so, what did he look like?" She hesitated, then said, "He was wearing all black, everything was covered except his eyes. And they were red." A shiver ran down my spine. She had seen exactly what I had seen. There was no way we had imagined the same thing. I didn't know what it was, but whatever that figure had been, it wasn't human. That night, I prayed for protection, something I had never felt the need to do before. But more than anything, I kept thinking about the flickering porch light at the bootlegger's house. Had someone been trying to warn us? Had they known something we didn't? Or was it something else entirely? Even now, I still wonder about that night. What was that being? Why did it feel like time had stopped when it looked at us? I've noticed that in other supernatural experiences, it always feels like time slows down, like everything exists in some strange space between reality and something else. Maybe it's just the body's reaction to fear. Or maybe, for a brief moment, we step into something we aren't supposed to see. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. For over a year, the hallway outside my bedroom had 2 stacks of floorboards, each about 5 feet long and quite heavy. They had been sitting there undisturbed, leaning against the wall, completely stable. There was no reason to believe they would ever move on their own. One evening, my brother and I were in my room, just a few steps away from the boards, while my mom was downstairs. We were watching TV or playing a game, when suddenly, a massive crash shook the house. My mom rushed upstairs, and we stepped into the hallway to find all 4 stacks of floorboards scattered across the floor. They weren't just tipped over, they had been thrown. One of the stacks had landed 5 or 6 feet away from the rest, near the end of the hallway. It was as if something had forcefully hurled them across the floor. As we stood there in shock, trying to make sense of what we were seeing, another huge bang echoed from downstairs. It sounded like something heavy had slammed into the floor, coming from directly beneath us. The sound reverberated through the house, a deep, unsettling impact that sent chills through my entire body. We rushed downstairs, expecting to see something overturned, something broken, but there was nothing. Everything was exactly where it had been. We checked the basement, but again, nothing. It was as if the sound had just manifested out of thin air. I won't lie, I felt an overwhelming sense of fear. It wasn't just the noise or the floorboards being thrown. It was the fact that there was no explanation for it. Something unseen had made its presence known. To prevent it from happening again, I rearranged the floorboards into a single pile against the wall. Nothing else happened for a while, and I tried to push the memory to the back of my mind. Then, a few months later, I woke up in the middle of the night. I didn't know why, but something had pulled me from my sleep. I sat up in bed, and there it was. A shadow figure stood at the foot of my bed. Its form was dark, almost human-shaped, but its features were blurred. It had one arm raised, and in its hand, I could see the outline of what looked like a knife or a hammer. My body locked up in fear. For a few seconds, I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Then, instinct took over. I screamed. I slammed my eyes shut in terror. I knew my mom would come running up the stairs, but when I forced myself to open my eyes again, the shadow figure was gone. My mom burst into the room, asking what had happened. I wanted to explain, but I could barely form the words. How do you tell someone that you just saw a shadow with a weapon standing over you? Weeks passed, and I tried to convince myself it was a nightmare. But then, it happened again. One night, I was lying in bed, thinking about my father, who had passed away a few years earlier. I was lost in thought when I felt the mattress shift beneath me. It was the sensation of someone sitting at the end of the bed. My heart pounded in my chest. I slowly looked down, expecting to see someone there, but there was nothing. Before I could react, my mom suddenly screamed from her room. I ran to her, and she told me she had just felt the exact same thing. A heavy weight had pressed down on her bed, as if someone had just sat beside her. The most disturbing part. It had happened at the exact same time in both our rooms. I wanted to believe it was my dad, but there was no comfort in that presence. Whatever it was, it didn't feel right. The next morning, something even stranger happened. At around 6 a.m., the phone rang. My mom answered it, but as soon as she picked up, she felt a deep chill run through her body. There was no response on the other end, just faint whispers, like hushed voices speaking in the background. She said hello again, and then, a little girl's voice giggled. Hello? The child's voice said. My mom slammed the phone down. When she checked the caller ID, it didn't show a number. Just unknown. She told me later that the giggle had sounded unnatural, like something mimicking a child but not quite getting it right. The way the voice carried, the way it sent chills down her spine, she said she had never heard anything like it before. Months later, another strange incident happened. I was overtired one evening and decided to take a nap. As I dozed off, I suddenly woke up feeling something pressing into my back, not from outside the mattress, but from inside it. It was pushing up against me, over and over again. At first, I thought it was just a muscle spasm. Then, as it kept happening, I realized it wasn't random. Someone, or something, was poking me. I froze. It took a moment to register what was happening, and then frustration overpowered fear. "Stop it!" I snapped. "I'm trying to sleep." The pressure slowly faded. The poking stopped. I turned over, expecting to see something, but again, nothing was there. Then, just a couple of weeks ago, the shadow figure came back. This time, it didn't just stand there. It lunged at me. 1 second, I was asleep. The next, I was fully awake, watching as it charged toward me, and straight through me. I felt the coldness rip through my body as it passed. I screamed, threw my hands over my face, and yelled, "No!" Then, just as quickly as it had come, it was gone. My entire body was shaking. The fear was overwhelming. But then, I got angry. I sat up in bed, still feeling the cold it had left behind. "Come on, do it again!" I shouted. "You only do this when I'm sleeping. You're a coward!" "I'm not afraid." Silence filled the room. I don't know what I expected to happen next, but nothing did. Maybe taunting it wasn't the best idea, but in that moment, I was tired of being afraid where I slept. The presence hasn't returned since then. But deep down, I know it's not over. Whatever it is, it's still here. Waiting. Watching. And I don't know if it's done with me yet. I've lived in my rental home for the past 2.5 years, and while it's never felt like a normal house to me, things have escalated in ways I never expected. But before I get into that, I should mention that this isn't my first experience with something that feels like the other side. When I was 12 or 13, I lived in a house that was definitely haunted. I was home alone for about an hour or two every day after school, and it was during these times that things would happen. It wasn't the usual bumps in the night, it was direct and deliberate. I would turn off the lights, and the second I turned my back, flick, the lights would turn back on. Other times, I'd turn them on, and just as I walked away, flick, they'd go off. This happened almost every single day. Looking back, I find it strange that I was never scared. I was annoyed more than anything. It was almost like I had a stubborn roommate who just wanted to mess with me. No one else in my family ever experienced these things. My younger stepbrother was there on weekends, my older brother and his girlfriend lived there too, along with my parents, but it was only me who got singled out. The only shared experience happened one night when all of us kids were sitting around the dinner table. Out of nowhere, we all heard a disgusting, wet slurp, like something was drinking or sucking the air right next to us. The sound was so unnatural that we all stopped and looked at each other, wide-eyed. It didn't sound earthly. The fear hit fast, and we left the house immediately, going straight to our aunt's place for the night. Even though everyone else was shaken, I still wasn't afraid in the same way. I wasn't immune to the weirdness, but it didn't terrify me. That was the last real experience of my teenage years. But when I moved into this house, something changed. The first time something happened, it was subtle. I woke up freezing one night, and when I checked the thermostat, I found that the dial had been slammed down to its lowest setting, around 50 or 60 degrees. It was one of those old analog thermostats that physically has to be turned, not some digital mistake. I was freaked out but tried to rationalize it. Maybe I bumped it, maybe it was faulty. I spent an hour searching online for an explanation, but nothing made sense. A year later, it happened again. This time, I told some friends and family. Their reactions were predictable. Move out. Get out of there. But it was just the thermostat. That wasn't enough to justify packing up and leaving. Then, a few months later, my girlfriend moved in with her daughter. That's when things really escalated. For 3 days straight, we kept getting locked out of the garage. The door that led from the house into the garage would be locked when we tried to come in, even though either of us had touched it. Each time, one of us had to call the other to unlock it. At first, we assumed it was her 3-year-old daughter messing around. But on days 2 and 3, she was at her dad's house. There was no way she was responsible. My girlfriend was visibly disturbed, but I kept brushing it off, thinking maybe it was just some mechanical quirk. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. A few weeks later, something else began happening. For about a week straight, I woke up at exactly 3 a.m. with my heart pounding. Some nights, I was so paranoid that I grabbed my gun and checked the windows, convinced there was someone outside. But there was never anything there. On a couple of those nights, I heard a deep hum, like the sound of a diesel truck idling somewhere close. The strange thing was that the sound didn't seem to come from outside. It felt like it was inside the house, vibrating through the walls. When I told my mom about this, she told me to start praying when it happened. I did, and sure enough, the disturbances seemed to die down after that. One night, however, something different happened. I woke up suddenly and heard a shh sound, like a mother soothing a baby back to sleep. The odd part? It wasn't scary. It was actually soothing, almost comforting. I don't remember feeling any fear, and I fell back asleep almost immediately. Then came the missing battery. One morning, I went to turn on the TV, but the remote wouldn't work. I assumed the batteries had died, so I opened the back, and found that one of the batteries was missing. I searched my room, thinking maybe it had fallen out, but it was nowhere to be found. I mentioned it to my mom, and she immediately told me to move out again. I laughed it off. Later that day, though, something told me to look again. I tore my room apart, looking under furniture, inside drawers, everywhere. Finally, I lifted the rug next to my bed. The missing battery was tucked underneath it. Not just rolled under, tucked in, as if someone had lifted the rug and deliberately placed it there. Batteries don't just fall out of remotes and slip under rugs on their own. Then came last night. I woke up at 3 a.m., like always, but this time, something was different. My French doors flung open. Half asleep, I assumed it was my girlfriend's daughter. She had a habit of opening our door, but she was always hesitant to come inside. When I got up, I expected to see her standing there, but she wasn't there. The next morning, we asked her about it. She shook her head. Nope. Then she started rambling in that way toddlers do, and a few words caught our attention. I sleep, and somebody watches me. We froze. My girlfriend nervously laughed and said, "You're creepy." Then, trying to brush it off, she asked, "Who's watching you?" Her daughter thought for a moment, then said, "Probably my grandpa." But both of her grandfathers are alive. We didn't press her on it. 3-year-olds say weird things, but something about it didn't sit right with either of us. Then, tonight, things took a huge leap. During a commercial break, I was casually staring into the hallway, where my girlfriend's daughter sleeps. As I was watching, I saw a shadow move. It was clear as day, a dark figure walking through the hallway. I turned to my girlfriend and said, "Your daughter is being creepy again in the hallway." She got up, walked to her daughter's room, and came back pale as a sheet. "She's sound asleep, in the exact same position she's been in all night." I don't know what I saw. But I know what I saw. And at this point, I don't think it's my imagination anymore. Something is in this house. And it's not just messing with me. It's watching all of us. I was just a kid, no more than 5 or 6 years old, when I had my tonsils removed at Wood River Hospital. The whole thing was terrifying for me, going into a big, unfamiliar place, hearing adults talk about me going under the knife, and knowing they were going to put me to sleep with ether. Even now, the mere thought of ether makes me nauseous. The way it smelled, the way it made me feel, was something I could never forget. I remember lying on that hard operating table, surrounded by masked doctors and nurses. Their faces were hidden, their voices muffled behind their masks as they leaned over me. Then, someone placed a heavy black rubber mask over my mouth and nose. "Count backwards from 100, a voice instructed. I barely made it past 100, 98, 62, baseball, and then everything went black. When I woke up, I was no longer in the operating room. Instead, I was lying in a strange hospital bed, surrounded by a curtain. My throat was on fire, worse than anything I had ever felt before. The pain was overwhelming, raw, and unrelenting. I could hear the wind howling outside the hospital windows, like it was pushing against the building, rattling the panes. But even in my discomfort, I became aware of her, a woman standing beside my bed. She wasn't a nurse. She wasn't my mother. She was a complete stranger, but for some reason that didn't matter. There was something incredibly warm and comforting about her presence. She made me feel safe, as if nothing bad could happen while she was there. She wiped my forehead, cooling my sweaty skin, and gently dabbed the blood from my mouth and chin as I struggled to swallow. Every movement was careful, patient, as though she knew exactly how much I was hurting. Her voice was soft as she spoke to me, asking if I knew her two little boys, mentioning them by name. Of course I knew them. We had played together before. One of them I liked, the other I didn't care much for, though I never said that part aloud. The one I liked was fun, easygoing. The other one, well, I used to tease him about how thick his glasses were, how they made his eyes look massive, like he was seeing the world through the bottom of Coke bottle lenses. I wanted to say something, but the pain in my throat was unbearable. Before I could even try, another wave of nausea hit me, and I vomited blood into a nearby pan. The woman didn't flinch. She was prepared, as if she had been expecting it. She continued to clean me up, speaking to me in that same soothing tone, as the wind howled outside. At some point, I must have passed out again, because when I woke up, she was still there. I felt a deep sense of relief knowing she hadn't left. But then she did. A nurse came in to check on me, and suddenly, the woman was gone. I looked around, confused. Had she stepped out of the room? Had she gone to help someone else? Later that day, my mother arrived. She pushed back the curtain with a bright smile, relieved to see me awake. "I came to check on my little boy," she said, reaching out to touch my forehead. "Everything went just like the doctors said it would, right?" I managed to croak out a response, my throat still raw. "Yeah, but you didn't tell me how bad it was gonna hurt." She laughed, brushing my hair back. Then I asked, "Where'd the nice lady go?" My mother hesitated, her expression puzzled. "What lady?" "The lady who was here," I said. "She was taking care of me." She frowned slightly. "No one was here, sweetheart. Just the nurses." I was too exhausted to argue. Maybe she had just missed her. Maybe the woman had stepped out right before my mom arrived. After struggling through a disappointing attempt at eating the vanilla ice cream I had been promised, I was finally discharged. My mother helped me into the car, and we drove home, the whole time with the wind still howling outside. It wasn't until days later that I learned the truth. The mother of my two friends, the boys she had asked me about, had died around the same time I was in that hospital bed. She had been working at the local ammunition plant when there was a massive explosion. She didn't make it out. I remember sitting with that knowledge, trying to piece it all together. She couldn't have been the woman who had helped me. That didn't make any sense. But at the same time, I knew it was her. I tried bringing it up to the two boys one day while we were playing outside, but they didn't really understand what I was trying to say. Maybe I wasn't explaining it right, or maybe they just weren't ready to hear it. But I knew what had happened. I knew that, somehow, even in death, she had been there, taking care of me when I needed it most. I'll never know why she chose to help me that night. Maybe she just wanted to care for one more child before she left. Maybe she saw me, a scared little boy in pain, and her motherly instincts took over, even in the afterlife. I don't have the answers, but I do know she was real. And to this day, I am grateful for her kindness. Moving is always a headache, but this particular move turned out to be more than just exhausting. It was downright unsettling. Having grown up as a military brat, moving was nothing new to me. I had done it more times than I could count. But Jennifer and I had been in this house for over 5 years, long enough to accumulate far more than we ever needed. Thankfully, a friend provided us with a storage building, which gave us several weeks to gradually move our belongings. We were almost finished when I got hit with a nasty illness. I felt absolutely horrible, weak, congested, barely able to get through the simplest tasks. I tried every over-the-counter remedy I could think of, but nothing worked. All I wanted to do was lie down and not move at all. But with our deadline approaching, I pushed through the exhaustion, doing my best to keep packing. At that point, most of our stuff was already moved except for the essentials: our bed, clothes, a few kitchen supplies, and food. The only thing left to deal with was the remnants of the 100-year-old barn from my earlier story about Mr. Winfred. That job was a massive undertaking, requiring multiple trailer loads, so we were waiting for extra hands to help us with it. By August 23rd, Jennifer and I were completely drained. Between the illness and the constant packing, we were ready to collapse. That night, we decided to turn in early, around 9 p.m. Jennifer, as always, fell asleep almost immediately. I, on the other hand, took about 35 minutes to start drifting off. Just as I was slipping into sleep, I felt something strange on my lower back. At first, it was just mild discomfort. I shifted slightly, trying to adjust my position, but then the sensation changed. It was sudden, intense, a burning pain. The discomfort transformed into something searing, as if someone had just pressed a red-hot branding iron into my skin. I shot out of bed with a yell so loud it could have been heard by our farthest neighbor. The pain was excruciating, unlike anything I had ever felt before. It kept getting worse, hotter, deeper, as if my skin was literally on fire. Jennifer woke up in a panic, completely terrified. I was in so much pain that I could barely explain what was happening. When she finally got a chance to look at my back, she gasped and said, "Oh my God!" There on my lower back was a massive raised mark, about 3 inches tall and 2 inches wide. It had whelped up like a burn, and as Jennifer examined it more closely, she said it looked like a 3-fingered handprint. We had no explanation. There was nothing in the bed that could have caused it. No sharp objects. No hot materials. Nothing. Still in agony, we grabbed ice packs and pressed them to the burn, trying to cool the intense heat. It took a long time before the pain even started to ease. Even after the burning lessened, the mark remained, red, swollen, and unmistakable. The next morning, I went to the doctor. He was baffled. He said he could understand if I had an allergic reaction that made me itch, but this wasn't an itch, this was a burn. He had no medical explanation for it. For the next 5 or 6 days, the burn remained, healing exactly like an actual burn would, peeling, fading, but never making any sense. The only conclusion we could come up with? Something in that house did not want us to leave. Up until then, all the activity we had experienced had been harmless. Passive things, odd moments, eerie feelings, but never physical harm. But now, it was different. It was angry. It didn't like the idea of us moving, and it decided to make that very clear. It threw a tantrum, and I was the target. Thankfully, by August 30th, we were finally out of that house. Since then, nothing paranormal has happened. No strange noises, no shadows, no unexplained burns. We're planning to build our new home after the first of the year, and while nothing seems to have followed us, I still wonder what might be sitting in storage. After all, 95% of our belongings were packed away from that house. And who knows what came with them? When my uncle and aunt lived nearby, I often house sat for them while they traveled around the world on the catamaran they worked on. I always enjoyed it, taking care of their golden retriever pup, Benji, and their cat, Floyd. Their house was peaceful, and I loved having some time alone with the animals. But the last time I house sat for them, things were different. It was about a year ago, and though I had always felt comfortable in their home before, this time, I couldn't shake a feeling of unease. There were nights when I would sit in the lounge and feel a strange, heavy presence around me. It wasn't just my imagination playing tricks. It was something real, something that made me feel watched. Some nights, Benji would sense it too, staying close to me and acting as if he wanted to protect me. Other nights, he was restless and out of control, barking at open doors and running around the house as if something invisible was chasing him. Those were the nights when the feeling of unease would grow stronger, making it hard for me to even close my eyes without feeling on edge. One night, I finally convinced my best friend to come over and keep me company. I hadn't told her about what I had been experiencing. She had always been sensitive to the paranormal, and I figured if there was something in the house, she would feel it without me having to say anything. I waited for her to react when she walked in, expecting her to mention something strange, but to my surprise, she said nothing. It made me wonder if I had just been overthinking things, but that night proved otherwise. We decided to relax outside in the spa pool. The sky was clear, and the full moon shone brightly above us. Everything felt calm for the first time in weeks. Benji came outside and paced in front of us, occasionally running toward the window of my cousin's playroom. At first I thought nothing of it, but then he began barking furiously at the window. His barking was wild, urgent, as if he was trying to warn us about something. I managed to calm him down, and he finally came and sat beside us again, but the tension in the air remained. A few minutes passed, and I found myself watching the window Benji had been barking at. That's when I saw it, movement inside the room. It was quick, just a shadow shifting, but it was enough to make my stomach drop. I didn't say anything right away, trying to convince myself I had imagined it. But then my friend turned to me with wide eyes and asked if I had seen it too. The second I told her yes, we both knew we didn't want to go back inside just yet. Benji must have sensed it too, because he immediately started barking at the window again. He stood in front of us, unmoving, as if trying to shield us from whatever was inside the house. He wouldn't budge, wouldn't turn away from the window. I had never seen him so determined to protect us. He didn't stop barking until we finally worked up the courage to run inside. He waited outside for a moment, still facing the window, before he finally followed us in. That night, we barely slept. There was an unsettling energy in the house, something that made us feel unsafe. It wasn't just the movement in the window, it was the way Benji had acted, the way he had stood guard as if something was truly there. My friend was so shaken that she told me she never wanted to come back to that house again. I wasn't as scared as she was, but the experience stayed with me. I had always felt uneasy in the house, but I never thought it was dangerous until that night. It made me wonder what exactly had been causing the disturbances all along. After we got inside, I called my aunt. She stayed calm and tried to reassure me, telling me it could have been a bird or maybe a reflection from outside. I wanted to believe her, but I knew there had been no bird, nothing that could have made a reflection move like that. There was no logical explanation. When she returned home, she admitted that she had only said those things to keep me from panicking. Then she told me something that sent chills down my spine. She had seen things too. She had woken up in the middle of the night on several occasions and seen shadows moving past her bedroom door. That was all the confirmation I needed. Something was in that house, and it wasn't just my imagination. I had seen it. My friend had seen it. Benji had sensed it. And my aunt had been living with it all along. During my food and beverage on the job training in August 2012, I was assigned with my best friend, who was also my college classmate, to one of the most famous hotels in Zamboanga City. As trainees, we were under the supervision of Sir RJ, the food and beverage assistant supervisor, who gave us our daily tasks. Each of us had an assigned area, and I was placed at the walk-in resto by the poolside of the hotel. That afternoon was bright and ordinary, at least that's what I thought. I was attending to my usual tasks when I noticed an elderly woman approaching the entrance of the restaurant. She appeared to be in her mid-70s, possibly of Chinese descent, with incredibly pale skin, almost unnaturally white. She was alone, which struck me as a little unusual, but I greeted her warmly anyway. "Table for one, ma'am?" I asked with a polite smile. She nodded and smiled back, without saying a word. There was something about her expression, gentle yet distant. I led her to a vacant single table near the garden, where she settled in silently. "This is our menu of the day, ma'am. May I take your order?" I asked, handing her the menu. She didn't speak. Instead, she pointed to the halo halo, a popular Filipino dessert. "One large halo halo, ma'am? Nothing else?" I asked, just to confirm. She nodded again, smiling, the same soft, almost eerie smile. I quickly headed to the counter to place her order. As I approached, I noticed an odd tension in the air. The staff behind the counter looked uneasy, exchanging glances as I handed them the order slip. I couldn't understand why. The waiters and waitresses grew quiet, acting strangely reserved. But I ignored it, thinking they were just tired or preoccupied. All I cared about was getting the order out quickly so my customer wouldn't wait too long. As I made my way back to her table with the halo halo, my heart dropped. The table was empty. The old woman was gone. Panic surged through me. My mind raced with questions. Did she leave? Did I take too long? How could she just disappear without paying? I felt my stomach tighten. I didn't have any extra money to pay for the order. What was I supposed to do? Nervously, I walked to the cashier's area, where Ma'am Joan, a strict and notoriously short-tempered staff member, was stationed. She was known for yelling at waiters and waitresses when they made mistakes, and I braced myself for her anger. "Ma'am Joan, the guest already left. What should I do? Am I the one who has to pay for this?" I asked, my voice shaky with worry. To my surprise, she didn't scold me. She didn't even seem upset. "Don't worry," she said simply. "I'll take care of it." Her calm response confused me even more. Why wasn't she mad? Why was she so unfazed? Still unsettled, I thanked her and tried to move on with the rest of my shift. At 9:30 p.m., we were preparing to clock out for the night. I was just about to punch my time card when Sir Mark, the housekeeping supervisor, called out to me. "Tin, can you do me a favor? Go upstairs to the housekeeping area and get the 20 pieces of table napkins under my desk," he instructed. I nodded and made my way to the second floor, toward the back area of the hotel where housekeeping was located. The space was dimly lit and eerily silent. As I reached Sir Mark's desk, I bent down to retrieve the napkins. That's when I saw them. A collection of old photographs was scattered on the desk, encased in plastic covers. Something about them caught my attention immediately. My eyes skimmed over the faces, then landed on her. The old woman. The same pale-faced elderly lady who had ordered Halo Halo that afternoon. I felt the blood drain from my face. My chest tightened, my hands trembled. It wasn't possible. I had just seen her alive, sitting at the restaurant mere hours ago. But there she was, captured in an old yellowed photograph. Before I could even process what I was looking at, Sir Mark's voice came from behind me. "What's taking you so long?" he asked. I turned to him, still shaking, and pointed at the photo. His expression remained neutral, almost indifferent. "Oh, her?" he said casually. "That's the owner of the hotel. Halo Halo was her favorite dessert. She passed away a long time ago." The words hit me like a punch to the chest. I felt my head spin, my knees buckle. Before I could stop it, everything went black. When I regained consciousness, I was lying in the locker room, surrounded by my coworkers. My best friend told me that Sir Mark had caught me just as I fainted. Everyone already knew what had happened. Apparently, this wasn't the first time. According to them, every new staff member experienced the same thing on their first day. The old woman always appeared to someone, ordering her favorite dessert. It was her way of welcoming newcomers to her hotel. The moment I heard that, a fever hit me. I couldn't go to school or return to my duty for an entire week. My body felt weak, my mind overwhelmed. To this day, I still don't know if it was a blessing or a curse to be visited by someone from beyond. But one thing is certain. I never want to be welcomed by the dead again. Ada was born in Muncie, Indiana, near the spiritualist community of Camp Chesterfield, a place known for its deep connections to the spirit world. Her mother was a highly respected medium, with people traveling long distances to seek her guidance or connect with lost loved ones. It was said that she often greeted visitors at the door already knowing why they had come and what answers they needed, even before they had spoken a word. Their home was unlike most others. It wasn't just a house, it was a place where spirits lingered. Ada grew up among them as if they were just another part of the family. She learned their moods, their personalities, and most importantly, that they would never harm her. At 16 years old, Ada's father decided she had received enough schooling and needed to start working in the factory where he was employed. She obeyed, though reluctantly, but was happy to learn that one of her schoolmates would be working alongside her. The two quickly became best friends. Her friend belonged to a church and often invited Ada to attend. While her parents didn't forbid it, they also didn't encourage it. It was entirely her choice. But something else in the house wasn't pleased. The spirits were angry. The once familiar and warm presence in the home turned hostile. Small things began happening. Ada's belongings would go missing or turn up in strange places. Sometimes they were broken. The message was clear: they didn't approve. One night, as she lay sleeping, Ada suddenly woke up. At first, it was just a faint poking sensation coming from inside the mattress. She shifted, dismissing it. But then the poking turned to pressing. The pressing turned to shoving. It grew stronger and stronger until, without warning, Ada was thrown out of bed and landed on the floor. But she wasn't scared. She knew exactly which spirit had done it. Furious, she stamped her foot and without hesitation yelled at the spirit to stop. Then, as if nothing had happened, she walked around to the other side of the bed, climbed back under the covers, and went back to sleep. The spirits, however, weren't done yet. Not long after, Ada's parents planned a trip out of town, leaving her home alone. She invited her best friend to stay over so she wouldn't be by herself. The two girls spent the evening chatting and laughing, until suddenly, a terrible noise erupted from the kitchen. They froze. The sound was chaotic, pots and pans flying through the air, cupboard doors slamming open and shut. It was unlike anything Ada had ever experienced before. The spirits were furious. Neither girl dared step into the kitchen. Whatever was happening in there, it wasn't meant for them. Ada, however, never let fear control her. Over time, she continued visiting church, and eventually, she made her decision: she was joining. Years passed, and Ada married her best friend's brother. Together, they decided to leave Indiana behind and travel west to Homestead in Alberta, Canada. At the time, the Canadian government was actively encouraging settlement in the West. Land was available for a $10 processing fee, with the promise that after 3 years of living on the land, building a home, and farming at least 30 acres, the settlers would own the property outright. It sounded simple, but it wasn't. Life on the prairie was harsh. Crop failures, brutal weather, prairie fires, and the threat of outlaws forced many to abandon their claims. The land stretched vast and empty, with only the toughest settlers surviving. For Ada and her husband John, their first summer was spent in a dugout home built into a hillside, with thick prairie sod forming the walls and a waxed canvas roof stretched overhead. It was simple, but it was all they had. That summer, Ada also gave birth to a baby boy. The seasons passed quickly, and soon winter was approaching. Supplies were running low, and they needed to prepare. John took their team of horses and wagon into town to purchase the supplies they would need to survive the harsh winter. If all went well, he would return in a week. Ada stayed behind in the dugout with the baby. The first few days passed uneventfully. But as night fell on the 5th day, something unexpected happened. Ada and the baby were already in bed when the door creaked open. Standing in the doorway was a little girl. She looked around 4 years old, with blonde hair and a blue dress. She didn't speak, she just stood there, looking confused, as though she had lost her way. Ada wasn't afraid. She had grown up around spirits. But even she was taken aback by the presence of a child's spirit wandering in from the empty prairie. The girl stepped forward, approaching the bed. Without a word, she climbed in next to Ada and the baby, curling up beside them as though she belonged there. Ada held her son close, feeling the warmth of both children pressed against her. And just like that, they all fell asleep. By morning, the little girl was gone. There were no footprints in the dirt, no sign that anyone had ever been there. For years, Ada and John asked around, trying to learn about a missing child, but no one had any answers. No one knew of a little girl who had been lost on the prairie. Ada always believed that sometime during the night, someone had come to collect her, that the spirit had finally found her way to her loved ones. To this day, no one knows who she was. For the past 5 years, I have been dealing with something I always believed to be an incubus, but lately, I have started to question if that's really what it is. I have had many strange experiences, ones I have never spoken to anyone about, partly because I don't know how to explain them and partly because I know most people wouldn't understand. But something happened recently that has left me questioning everything I thought I knew about the entity attached to me. My life changed when my 8-year relationship ended. My ex-boyfriend and I had kids together, we had built a life, but when things became difficult, he decided to walk away. It was heartbreaking, but I had to stay strong for my children. To make things easier, I moved back in with my parents. I thought being around family would help, that I wouldn't feel so alone. But as soon as I settled in, I realized that whatever had been following me before had come with me. If anything, its presence had become even stronger. I found myself crying more than I ever had before. I cried in my room, in the shower, in bed at night when I was alone. It felt like a sadness I couldn't escape. One night, as I lay in bed trying to clear my thoughts, I heard a voice. It was close, right in my ear, soft but distinct. I love you. It wasn't male or female, just a voice unlike anything I had ever heard before. I froze. The room was dark and silent, and I was the only one awake. I tried to convince myself I had imagined it, but deep down, I knew what I had heard. A few nights later, my daughter started saying there was a ghost in my parents' living room, that it watched us and scared her. I believed her, but as a parent, I didn't know what to say. I told her there was nothing to worry about, that I would protect her, but inside, I knew she wasn't imagining things. I had seen it too. Twice. The first time, it ran into my parents' bedroom where I had been sitting alone. The second time, a week later, it was walking away from me but calling my name. It was tall, faceless, a figure of pure darkness. I had experienced things like this before, but this time, it felt different. It felt stronger, more present. And then, without warning, it stopped. For 5 years I had felt this presence lurking around me, invading my space, creeping into my thoughts. Then, one night, it was just gone. It happened right after I had been crying to my sister about my ex. I should have felt relief, but something about it felt off. It was too sudden, too easy. A week later, my friend convinced me to start talking to guys again. She thought I needed a distraction, something to help me move forward. I wasn't too interested, but she insisted, even going as far as putting up a Craigslist ad for me. I felt a little embarrassed but figured it couldn't hurt. At first, I got a flood of responses, different types of men, none of whom interested me. But then I got a message from someone named Tim. His email stood out. It was well written, thoughtful, and personal, as if he had taken his time. There was something about it that felt different. I replied immediately. Tim and I started talking every day. We exchanged pictures, stories, and feelings. We never spoke on the phone, but we became incredibly close, incredibly fast. It was intense. Too intense. We both felt it. He called himself my gargoyle, my protector. He told me he would keep me safe, that God had brought us together for a reason. He made me feel wanted again. He made me feel loved. And strangely enough, while we were talking, the spirit that had haunted me for years was completely gone. For the first time in 5 years, I felt peace. Then, just as suddenly as he appeared, Tim disappeared. One night, he sent me a long message, just like every other night. But the next morning, he sent something different, a goodbye. He told me his feelings were real, that God was leading him down a different path, that he couldn't question it. He said he wasn't deleting me from his life, but he wouldn't be coming back. I begged him to explain. I told him I didn't understand why he was leaving, why he was saying all these things and then disappearing like he had never been there. But he never answered. Not a single word. The very next day, something came back. My sister had taken my kids for the night so I could have some time alone. That night, I saw something in my room again. I tried to ignore it, but I knew. It was back. The next morning, I had an experience with the entity again, something I thought had finally ended when Tim entered my life. That afternoon, I was in the kitchen, thinking out loud to myself. I started putting the pieces together. The spirit disappeared when Tim showed up. Tim disappeared, and the spirit returned. The second I said it out loud, boom. A wave of anxiety hit me so hard I could barely breathe. It was the worst panic attack I had ever had, an overwhelming fear, like something was warning me to stop thinking about it. I feel crazy even saying it, but part of me knows the truth. What if Tim was never real? What if the entity I had been dealing with for years had created him, just to make me feel safe, to make me stop resisting, to make me let my guard down? How else can I explain it? How can a spirit email someone, text someone, send photos, write messages that feel so real? I don't know what this is or what it wants from me. All I know is that Tim made me believe in love again, made me believe I was healing. And then, he left, just like that. And the entity? It came back. I never imagined what it would feel like to truly encounter someone who is no longer among the living. I had heard stories, felt eerie presences, and experienced strange occurrences, but nothing compared to what happened that night at the old family bungalow. My cousin Elvis had taken me there during the daytime, showing me around, familiarizing me with the layout. The house had stood abandoned for years, a relic of our family's past, filled with dust, memories, and something else, something unseen. I carried my cane for support and held my holy Bible tightly. I didn't know what to expect, but I was eager to finally experience whatever truth the house held. As evening turned into night, Elvis and I sat talking. The air inside felt heavy, the way it does before a storm, but outside, the sky remained clear. Then, from the end of the corridor, a faint creak broke the silence. My heart pounded with excitement, and before thinking twice, I rushed towards the noise, my cane tapping against the wooden floor. In my eagerness, I left my Bible behind. Elvis called after me, but I was already too far ahead. The hallway was shrouded in darkness, and even though my vision wasn't clear, I could sense that something had changed. The temperature dropped so suddenly it felt unnatural. A cold breath brushed against my shoulder. I turned around, reaching out to feel if someone was there, but my hands met only empty air. Yet, the breathing continued. It moved closer, from my shoulder to my face, a slow, deliberate exhale of ice-cold air right in front of me. Elvis arrived moments later, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice tinged with concern. "Do you see anyone in front of me?" I asked, still feeling the presence lingering near me. Elvis hesitated. "No, but your face, it's pale. Almost white." I touched my skin. It was freezing. The moment I stepped towards Elvis, the coldness lifted instantly, as if whatever had been near me had suddenly let go. But before I could gather my thoughts, something pulled me forward, an invisible force guiding my feet towards Clayton's room, the room at the end of the corridor. Clayton. The name alone sent a chill down my spine. He had been gone for decades, but some said his presence never truly left the house. Elvis grabbed my arm before I could enter. "Are you sure you want to do this?" I nodded. I had to. He told me to wait while he retrieved the Bible from the other room. I agreed, but as soon as he disappeared down the hallway, the cold returned. A sharp, bone-deep chill settled in, spreading through my limbs. Then, without any warning, I was pulled forward into Clayton's room. The air inside was thick with dust, and the unmistakable scent of old wood left untouched for years. It was stifling and empty, yet I knew I wasn't alone. Then, from the far corner of the room, a sound began to rise. Violin music. It was hauntingly beautiful, a melody so mesmerizing that for a moment, my fear melted away. I was drawn to it, step by step, until I was almost at the source. But then, just as suddenly as it began, the music stopped. The air turned colder than before, pressing against me like a frozen weight. I felt someone standing there. I hesitated, then tapped my cane forward. It struck something solid. My breath caught in my throat. There was no furniture in that part of the room. There should have been nothing for my cane to hit. Yet I could feel it. Something, or someone, was standing right in front of me. A whisper broke the silence. A name. Darkus. Then another. Melissa. The moment I heard that second name, the cold became unbearable. It seeped into my bones, making it difficult to breathe. My vision blurred. My mind felt like it was slipping away, pulled into something I couldn't understand. Then nothing. When I opened my eyes, I was on the floor of Clayton's room. Elvis was shaking me gently, calling my name. "You're okay," he assured me, though his voice trembled. I was still shivering, but the unbearable cold was gone. The room felt empty now, the presence gone just as suddenly as it had come. Elvis helped me to my feet, and without another word, we left the bungalow. Later that night, after I had warmed up and gathered my thoughts, I spoke to Elvis about what had happened. He listened carefully, his face growing more serious with every word. When I told him about the violin music, he looked stunned. "I didn't hear any music," he said. "I was only a few rooms away. If something was playing that loud, I should have heard it." I knew then that what I had heard wasn't from this world. Clayton had been one of the finest violinists of his time, and the music I heard was unlike anything I had ever experienced before. But why had he chosen to play for me? Why had he whispered those names, Darkus, Melissa? I may never find the answers. But one thing is certain. This experience has not stopped me from wanting to explore the unknown. If anything, it has made me more curious than ever. There is a world beyond what we see, a world where the past lingers, where souls that have left this life continue to whisper their stories to those willing to listen. And for some reason, Clayton chose to whisper his to me. The night began like any other. My husband had invited his new neighbors over for a casual evening. The men sat at the table, focused on their chess game and enjoying a few drinks, while the women, including me, relaxed on the couch, talking about everything from our families to work. At some point, the conversation drifted to the paranormal, something I had plenty of experience with but rarely got to talk about with people who took it seriously. For the first time in a long time, I felt comfortable enough to share my experiences. The group listened intently as I recounted strange occurrences from my past. It was an unusual but enjoyable night, a rare opportunity to discuss things most people would dismiss as nonsense. What I didn't realize was that something was listening. The evening passed, and one by one our guests left. The house grew quiet. My husband had gone to bed, and my son, who I'll call D, was still awake, hanging out in the game room with his younger brothers. He eventually wandered into the living room and sat beside me, his expression unreadable. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Mom, do you remember the other night when you heard that girl's voice and that weird sound?" I nodded, recalling the unsettling moment he was referring to. He took a deep breath and continued, "I heard it too. But before I heard the sound, I started feeling strange. I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep, when I got this overwhelming feeling that I needed to turn toward the wall. Like something was forcing me to face it. When I refused, I felt something actually trying to turn me. I fought it, and that's when I saw it. He swallowed hard. There was a shadow floating above my youngest brother's bed. At first, I thought I was imagining it, so I rubbed my eyes. But it was still there. It was round, but I could see through it. And then, it moved. I sat frozen as he recounted how the shadow had slowly glided away from his brother and into the bathroom. That was when he heard the noise, the exact same sound I had heard that night. I asked him to describe it, and his words sent a chill down my spine. It was like a thick string being pulled so tight it almost snapped. Then someone ran their finger across it. His voice lowered. After that, I got up and started walking toward the hallway. But as soon as I reached the door, I felt something stop me. Like physically stop me. I don't know how to explain it, but it was like walking into a wall. It wasn't pushing me, but I couldn't move forward. I turned around, got back in bed, and just waited. Hearing his story sent a wave of unease through me. It matched too perfectly with what I had experienced. But I tried to stay calm for his sake. "Did you feel afraid?" I asked. He hesitated. "I don't think it wanted to hurt me," he admitted. "But it didn't feel human." That night, after Dee went back to bed, I tried to settle down myself. I turned off the TV, the house plunged into silence. I focused on my breathing, trying to relax, but deep down, I felt it, something was watching me. Then I heard it. The exact sound Dee had described. It was loud, as if it were right beside me. I sat up immediately, my pulse hammering. A moment later, a child's voice, high-pitched and desperate, echoed through the darkness. "Oh no, what is going on?" The voice came from my husband's side of the bed. I spun around, expecting to see someone standing there. But there was nothing. I scrambled out of bed, my first instinct to check on my children. I rushed to my daughter's room. She was fast asleep. I hurried to the boy's room. Dee was still awake, but his younger brothers were sleeping soundly. I stayed awake for hours, trying to make sense of what had happened. But deep down, I knew the truth. We were not alone in this house. Jenny's old house had always been strange. At first, the disturbances were small, random noises, an uneasy feeling in certain rooms. But as time passed, the activity escalated. One night, we were sitting on the couch when we heard a noise upstairs. I went to check, assuming one of the cats had knocked something over. But nothing was out of place. Frustrated, I stood at the bottom of the stairs and shouted, "You're not welcome here! Get out!" I regret that moment. Nothing happened right away. But about 30 minutes later, as Jenny went upstairs to bed and I prepared to leave, a deafening slam shook the house. Jenny's bedroom door had slammed shut with such force that it ripped the curtain rod out of the wall. She stood in the hallway, shaking, pointing wordlessly at the door. After that, things got worse. A month before she moved out, Jenny began waking up at night, gasping for air. Something was pressing down on her throat, suffocating her. By the time she moved to her new house, she thought she had left the haunting behind. She was wrong. At first, her new home felt different, warm, peaceful. But then I saw something that changed everything. I had just walked out of her room when a figure shot up the stairs and passed right through me before disappearing into Jenny's room. It was a woman, blonde, but faceless. Jenny's experiences were even worse. One night, she woke up screaming, convinced something was stealing the air from her lungs. Another time, while sitting on her bed, she glanced into her vanity mirror and saw a black mass standing behind her. It blocked the light from the window as it glided into the closet. The worst incident happened late at night. I had just gone to bed when Jenny's scream cut through the silence. I ran to her room. She was sitting up in bed, her hands shaking. "It whispered in my ear," she said, barely able to speak. She described hearing a voice, low, inhuman, muttering in a language she didn't understand. Since then, Her room has remained freezing, no matter the temperature in the rest of the house. I left my rosary in her room, hoping it would help. That night, for the first time in weeks, she finally slept. But the question remains. Did something from the old house follow her? Or did she bring something else entirely? And if it was drawn to her before, what's stopping it from finding her again? It started off as a normal visit to my friend Keith's house. He had recently undergone surgery, and I was staying with him to help out while he recovered. His house was fairly new, situated in a quiet suburban neighborhood, nothing particularly eerie or unusual about it. The plan was simple: spend a few days helping him with chores, making sure he didn't overexert himself, and keeping him company while he healed. That first night, we were sitting in the living room watching TV when we heard a series of knocks. They were loud enough to grab our attention immediately. My first thought was that someone was at the front door. I got up to check, expecting maybe a neighbor or kids playing a prank. But when I opened the door, there was no one there. I stood there for a moment, scanning the street. The neighborhood was quiet. The houses across the way were dark, their occupants likely asleep. I stepped out onto the porch and looked around, but there was nothing, no movement, no lingering footsteps, nothing to suggest someone had just been at our door. I closed the door and returned to the couch. Keith and I exchanged uneasy glances, but I shrugged it off. Probably kids messing around, I muttered, trying to sound casual. He nodded, but neither of us spoke much after that. The next morning, at around 5 a.m., we were jolted awake by an explosive bang. It wasn't just a sound, it was a physical force that seemed to shake the walls. Both of us bolted upright, disoriented and alarmed. We scrambled out of bed and searched the house, looking for the source of the noise. When we reached the garage, we found the answer. One of the shelves that had been securely fastened to the wall had collapsed. But it wasn't just a case of weak brackets or bad installation. The entire thing had been ripped off the wall, its contents scattered haphazardly across the floor. The shelf itself lay a few feet away from where it had originally been mounted. The damage to the wall suggested force, not gravity, had played a role in its fall. Keith and I stood there in stunned silence. "I fastened that thing myself," he finally said, his voice uncertain. "It wasn't loose." I nodded. I knew he was right. Something about this didn't add up. But again, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the wood had weakened over time. Maybe something had fallen and caused a chain reaction. Deciding not to dwell on it, I set to work repairing the damage. I secured the shelf back into place, patched up the drywall, and cleaned up the mess. The work helped distract me, but in the back of my mind, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. To clear our heads, we decided to leave the house for a while. We went out for breakfast, talked about anything except the bizarre occurrences, and tried to move on. For the next couple of days, things were quiet. No knocks, no loud crashes. Just an eerie silence that made me uneasy. I wanted to believe whatever had happened was over. Then, on the second to last day of my stay, everything escalated. That evening, I was sitting in Keith's bedroom playing video games when I saw something out of the corner of my eye, a dark figure entering the room. It moved behind me, just within my peripheral vision. I assumed it was Keith, so I turned to say something. There was no one there. A shiver ran down my spine. I turned back to the screen, convincing myself that I had imagined it. But as soon as I did, the figure walked out of the room. This time, I saw it clearly. It was not Keith. It was not anyone. It had no defined features, just a shadow-like mass and the vague shape of a person. I sat frozen for a moment, my pulse pounding in my ears. Then I heard Keith call out from the other room, his voice frantic. I bolted out of the bedroom and ran to him. He was sitting on the edge of his bed, shaking, his face pale. "What happened?" I asked. He extended his arm, revealing 3 fresh scratch marks across his skin. The wounds were just beginning to welt, thin lines of blood rising to the surface. "I don't know," he stammered. "I didn't touch anything." I didn't do anything. I stared at the scratches, my mind struggling to make sense of it. Maybe it was the dog, I suggested, though even I didn't believe that. Keith shook his head. He's been outside this whole time. Something inside me snapped. I couldn't stay in that house another minute. We need to get out of here, I said. Keith barely had time to grab his jacket before I ushered him to the car. We pulled out of the driveway, the house growing smaller in the rearview mirror. My hands were gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. As we approached the end of the street, I saw something, or someone, standing in the middle of the road. A dark figure. I swerved instinctively, trying to avoid hitting it, but as soon as I did, the car spun out of control. My tires screeched against the pavement, and before I could correct my course, we slammed into a street pole. The impact was jarring. My head snapped forward, and for a moment, everything blurred. When my vision cleared, I looked back at the road. There was no one there. No shadow. No figure. Nothing. Keith groaned beside me, clutching his side. His stitches had torn open from the sudden jolt. Despite my injuries, a mild concussion, some bruising, I didn't care about myself. My mind kept circling back to what I had seen, to what had been haunting that house. I have never gone back. Keith, too, has tried to erase those days from his memory, burying them beneath logic and denial. But I know the truth. Something was in that house. Something that did not want us there. And whatever it was, it didn't just want to scare us. It wanted to hurt us. It was just 2 months ago when my two friends and I took a trip to a well-known entertainment hub, filled with historical sites, grand casinos, and a rich cultural atmosphere. We had planned our itinerary carefully, bringing along our dictionary of Macau to read up on the history of each place we visited. After spending hours exploring historical monuments, we stopped by a cozy bakery cafe, enjoying some local pastries while checking our map for our next destination. One of my friends had been eager to visit a casino, and since the most famous and oldest casino hotel was nearby, we decided to check it out. Walking through the city streets, we passed gleaming new hotels, their modern architecture shining under the city lights. Then, we crossed the road and found ourselves standing before a grand building that had stood the test of time. Even after decades, maybe even a century, the casino was still buzzing with life. Tourists filled the lobby, some taking photos while others lined up at the check-in counters. The energy of the place was overwhelming, and as we made our way through the crowd, we eventually reached the casino floor. The room was massive, row after row of tables and slot machines, bright lights flashing, the constant sound of chips clinking, and people shouting in excitement or frustration. The atmosphere was electrifying, but also slightly chaotic. As I tried to take everything in, I suddenly realized that I had lost sight of my friends. One moment, they were beside me, and the next, they had disappeared into the throng of gamblers. I pushed my way through the crowd, scanning the room for familiar faces, but it was no use. The casino was simply too crowded. Finally, after a few minutes of wandering, I spotted one of my friends. He looked just as lost as I felt. I called out his name, and he rushed over, relieved to have found me. "I can't find him anywhere," he said, referring to our missing friend. We decided to step out of the casino floor and wait near the entrance, hoping our friend would eventually show up. But as the minutes passed, he still didn't appear. We tried calling his phone, but there was no response. At that point, concern started to creep in. After some time, we saw him walking down the hallway, flanked by 2 security guards. His face was pale, and he looked visibly shaken. We hurried toward them, confused and worried. "What happened?" I asked, trying to understand the situation. The security guards looked at us sternly. "He was caught cheating," one of them replied. I was taken aback. "That's impossible," I protested. My friend wasn't the type to cheat, and he had never been reckless enough to risk getting into trouble like this. The guards insisted they had proof and led us to a back office where they showed us footage of the incident. The video played, showing my friend sitting at a blackjack table. Everything seemed normal at first. He hit for more cards and, as the dealer slid them to him, he reached out to grab them. That's when something chilling happened. From under the table, a mysterious hand appeared. It was faint but clearly visible. As my friend reached for his spade 5, the ghostly hand swapped it for an ace. He had no idea what was happening in real time. According to him, he only remembered hearing a strange whisper, an eerie chant that repeated, Pritaya Svaha. At first, he thought one of us had snuck up behind him, but when he turned around, there was no one there. The security team was convinced he had an accomplice helping him cheat, despite our insistence that we had been nowhere near him at the time. After a long argument, they ultimately let him go, unable to explain the strange appearance of the hand in the footage. Later that night, still shaken, we searched for the meaning of the phrase he had heard. What we discovered left us even more disturbed. Pritaya Svaha was a chant from a Buddhist prayer known as the Pretas prayer, a ritual associated with the spirits of hungry ghosts, or pretas. These are restless spirits, often of children, doomed to wander the earth in eternal hunger, seeking offerings or help from the living. At first, we didn't know what to make of it. Why would a spirit interfere in a game? Was it trying to help my friend, or was there something more sinister at play? The next day, we met with our Thai professor, who had once been a Buddhist monk. He listened to our story carefully, and explained something deeply unsettling. In some cultures, people believe in the power of child spirits, souls of deceased children who, when bound properly, can bring fortune to their keepers. These spirits are often kept through rituals involving nam man fray, or human oil, which is believed to be derived from the bodies of the dead. By keeping such a spirit, a person can gain wealth and success, but there is a price. If the spirit is not appeased with offerings, it may turn against its owner. Our professor speculated that someone at the casino, perhaps another gambler at the table, was in possession of such a spirit. This person had likely become too greedy, hoarding wealth without making the required offerings. As a result, the spirit took matters into its own hands and decided to redistribute the fortune. It chose my friend. According to the professor, when someone hears the Pretas prayer during certain activities, it serves as a warning. If heard during a business deal, it means someone is leading you astray. If heard while eating, it's a reminder to share your wealth. And if heard during gambling, it means the spirit is taking fortune away from one and giving it to another. Looking back, we realized that my friend had been on a losing streak before the incident. If the spirit hadn't intervened, he would have left the casino empty-handed. But by changing his card, the spirit ensured that he won at least that round. Now that I'm back home, I keep thinking about that night. Part of me wants to return and thank the spirit for what it did. But I don't know if that would be the right thing to do, given that it was being kept by someone else. It wasn't a wild spirit, free to roam as it pleased. It had a master, someone who may or may not have known what it had done. And then, there's the question that lingers in my mind the most. If human oil is needed to keep such spirits, where does it come from? Who provides it? And what price must be paid for its use? That day has stayed with me for nearly 3 decades, a moment frozen in time when something, or someone, tried to warn me, and I didn't listen. Even now, I can still hear the voice in my head, louder than my own thoughts, urgent and unyielding. It wasn't just a thought or a whisper of intuition. It was a voice, external yet internal, speaking in a way that left no room for misunderstanding. Before I left town for work, I had spoken to my grandmother. She was always warm and full of love, and even over the phone, I could hear the excitement in her voice. "Call me when you get back," she had said. "I'll make you some pot roast. It's been too long since we visited." It was such a simple, ordinary promise, one that should have been easy to keep. When I returned home a week later, exhausted from traveling, I collapsed into bed and slept well into Saturday. The next 2 days passed in a blur of unpacking, tidying up, and catching up on my university classwork. I told myself I'd call her soon, maybe the next day. It was Labor Day weekend, after all, and I figured I could use the extra time to rest. On Monday morning, I invited a friend over to study. We were sitting at the table, flipping through textbooks and notes, when I got up for a drink of water. As I walked past the phone mounted on the wall, my grandmother suddenly came to mind. I realized then that I hadn't called her. I could almost hear her voice in my head, patient and expectant. But I was tired. I wanted one more day to myself. And that's when it happened. It was as if a force outside of myself interrupted my thoughts. A loud, commanding voice, one that wasn't mine, boomed in my head, cutting through everything else. "Can you live with that decision?" It was so forceful that I physically stopped in my tracks. My heart pounded. My mind raced. The voice had come out of nowhere, yet it felt directed at me with absolute clarity. I hesitated, weighing the question. Yes, I finally thought. Yes, I can live with that. I shook off the unease and went back to my study session. Hours later, my brother called. His voice was tight, filled with urgency. "You need to get to the hospital," he said. "Something happened to Grandma." The drive was a blur. My mind replayed that moment by the phone over and over again. When I arrived at the hospital, I barely had time to gather myself before they told us she was gone. She had been cooking beans, just as she had done so many times before. At some point, she felt tired and went to lie down, but first, as always, she knelt at her bedside to say her prayers. That was how she was found, kneeling, her upper body collapsed onto the bed, as if she had simply gone to sleep and never woken up. The doctors told us her heart had just stopped. No warning, no prior illness. Just sudden, unexplained loss. She was only in her 50s. In the days that followed, the guilt was suffocating. I kept replaying it. How I could have called her that morning. How I could have heard her voice one last time. And worse than that, the voice had warned me. It had given me a choice. It had tried to break through my selfishness, my exhaustion, my excuses. And I had ignored it. For years, I carried the weight of that decision. I would think about it when I passed by the phone. I would think about it on holidays, on her birthday, on random quiet evenings when the memory would sneak up on me. It wasn't until much later that I learned about our family's genetic history. The condition that took my grandmother's life was a rare heart disease, one that causes sudden cardiac death with little to no warning. It wasn't something anyone could have prevented. It was inevitable. And yet I still wonder, what was that voice? It was neither male nor female, neither angry nor comforting, just firm and absolute. It was unlike any thought I'd ever had before or since. It felt external, like something or someone was trying desperately to reach me. A guardian angel? A spirit? God? I may never know. But one thing I do know is that I've never ignored a thought like that again. If I feel the sudden urge to call someone, I call them. If a name crosses my mind out of nowhere, I reach out. I no longer assume that there will always be more time. Because sometimes there isn't. He said his name was David. I first met him when I was in 5th grade, and since that day, he has drifted in and out of my life like a passing storm, appearing without warning and disappearing just as suddenly. The first time I saw him was during a school field trip. It was a memorable day, not just because it was my first time on an outing without my parents, but because I experienced the biggest scare of my life. Our class had gone to visit a working farm a few counties away. My best friend couldn't come because of severe allergies, so I was paired with another close friend, Jason. I was one of the few girls in school who didn't have the dreaded cooties, according to the boys. Probably because I could play baseball, basketball, and football just as well as they could, sometimes even better. That day, Jason and I decided that the large, old barn, one that wasn't included in our tour, needed exploring. Under the excuse of going to the bathroom, we made our way toward the towering barn doors. A lock hung on the door, but it wasn't latched. I removed it easily, and Jason pushed the heavy door open just enough for us to slip inside. The air inside was thick and musty, carrying the scent of dust and old wood. Jason hesitated, wanting to turn back, but I refused to back down. Not wanting to be shown up by a girl, he stayed. Our eyes adjusted to the dim light streaming through dusty windows, revealing an enormous barn filled with cobweb-covered machinery. The hayloft loomed halfway down the barn, blocking much of the sunlight. The only well-lit area was near the entrance, where odd-looking machines sat, untouched for years. Jason decided to stand by the door, keeping watch in case our teacher, Mrs. Wood, came looking for us. I ventured deeper inside, curiosity pulling me forward. As I walked past old tools and towering stacks of hay, I reached the first stall. The darkness there was thick enough to hide a person completely. My heart pounded as I inched closer, half expecting something to leap out at me from the shadows. But the real shock came from behind me. "What are you looking for?" a voice asked. I let out a blood-curdling scream, so loud that Jason came running, along with a group of teachers and farmhands who burst into the barn in alarm. My head spun, and my heart nearly leaped out of my chest. When I turned, I saw him. David. He was a tall, slender boy, about my age, with dark hair and even darker eyes that seemed to shine, even in the dim barn. He was laughing, completely amused by my reaction. Eventually, I laughed too, embarrassed by my own fear. David told the adults that he had led me inside to show me a ghost, as a joke, and hadn't meant to scare me that badly. Jason and I played along with his story to avoid getting into worse trouble. Somehow, David and I exchanged addresses that day, and for months, we were pen pals. That was until my house burned down later that school year. The next time I saw David, I was in 7th grade. My mom had taken me and my siblings shopping for school clothes at Hill's department store. I was sitting in the shoe section, trying on boots, when I heard it again. "What are you looking for?" I knew that voice instantly. My stomach fluttered, and a delighted giggle escaped me before I could stop it. There he was, David, just as beautiful and strange as I remembered. There was something almost dangerous about him, something that drew me in. I don't remember giving him my phone number, but that evening, he called me. I knew because my dad was furious that a boy was calling me. Back then, that was practically unheard of. David and I talked off and on, and I started noticing something odd. He knew things about me that I had never told him. He knew about the fire that destroyed my house, about things that had happened in my life. I never remembered calling him or asking for his number. Then, just as suddenly as his calls began, they stopped. I didn't see or hear from him again until I was 15. That night, I was at an all-night skating event with a friend. As we stood chatting, I heard the familiar words behind me. "What are you looking for?" I turned instantly, already knowing who it was. My friend disliked David from the moment he said my name. She later told me that I acted like I was under some kind of spell whenever he was around. Even my parents, especially my mom, noticed a drastic change in me. I started dressing differently, acting differently. To me, David was intoxicating. He was beautiful and mysterious, and I had never wanted to be with someone more in my life. We came close to crossing the line, but I was still a good girl, and determined to stay that way. Telling him no was the hardest thing I had ever done. And then, just like before, he was gone. Not long after, tragedy struck again. Our house burned down for a second time. The fire was investigated as arson, though my family was ruled out as suspects. 30 years later, the case remains unsolved. David returned 2 years later when I was 17. I was working a part-time job to help with expenses. One night, near closing, he walked in. The moment our eyes met, I was pulled back into his world. I told my supervisor, "That's my David." She warned me, saying he was too beautiful to be anything but trouble. She was right. This time, we fell into a passionate affair. I let go of the boundaries I once held, allowing myself to be completely consumed by him. And then, as always, he vanished. Not long after, I was in a terrible car accident. Recovery took months. The last time I saw David, I was 21. I was out with my boyfriend at a bar when I heard the familiar words. "What are you looking for?" The moment I turned and saw him, I felt those same butterflies. My boyfriend left to get drinks, and David pulled me onto the dance floor. It was as if we were the only two people in the room. Then my pager buzzed, snapping me back to reality. I walked away from him, feeling torn. I told my boyfriend we needed to leave, but he refused. I called a cab. While waiting outside, David appeared again. He didn't speak, he just ran his fingers through my hair. And then something strange happened. It was like I was falling through endless darkness, the air screaming past me. The cold, the noise, it was overwhelming. Then, a blinding pain shot through my shoulder blades, as if something was being ripped from my back. I felt my skin tear. Fire burned where my shoulders used to be. And then, nothing. When I came back to myself, I was alone, shivering on the curb. 2 days later, I nearly died from an overdose after someone spiked my drink with heroin. While recovering in the hospital, I saw David one last time. I was drifting in and out of consciousness when he walked into my room. He whispered words I didn't understand, but I felt comforted. He lay beside me, holding me close. The next thing I knew, I was waking up to the morning nurse. David was gone. For years I dreamed of him. Now, decades later, I still don't know who or what he was. But I do know that every time he appeared, tragedy followed. Some believed he was an otherworldly being disguised as a man. Others thought he was a fallen angel, or a warlock. I don't know. Perhaps David was never meant to be understood. Perhaps he was always meant to be a mystery. There is a presence here. A man, likely in his 30s or 40s. His connection to this place runs deep, not just as someone who spent time here, but as someone who helped shape it. He was part of the renovation team that transformed this house into an office. But during that time, he met a tragic fate, falling from a scaffolding to his death. And yet, he never truly left. This is what I have pieced together from the owner without drawing too much attention to my curiosity. People tend to get skeptical when you start asking too many questions about things that can't be easily explained. Raised eyebrows, dismissive shrugs. I've seen it all before. But I'm not the only one who senses him. The only other woman who works in this office made an offhand comment the other day, something about strange occurrences that didn't quite add up. Then, almost as if admitting something to herself, she blurted out, "I swear, this place is haunted." I asked her if she believed in spirits, ghosts, or anything beyond what we can see. Without hesitation, she said she absolutely did. She shared stories from her childhood, experiences that made her a firm believer. But what really caught my attention was how serious she was about the things happening in this office. She told me about how, twice in a single day, information she had loaded into a customer's account simply disappeared. I had seen the data myself, so I knew she wasn't imagining things. Could someone have gone in and manually changed it? Maybe. But why would they, without saying a word? It wasn't the first time something like this had happened either. Over the past 2 weeks, we had experienced similar glitches, things going missing, unexplained anomalies. But I never told her about what I had been experiencing. I simply nodded and admitted that I was sensitive to these things and that, yes, I believed. I don't think she realizes just how much I do. Twice now, I have been in my boss's office, filling my water bottle at the sink. The office door is off to my left, and as I stand there, I see movement, the legs and feet of a man walking past the doorway, heading toward the gate and storage area. I glance up, expecting to see someone from the office, but I already know what I'll find. Nothing. It's always the same. Beige pants, black shoes. A steady, purposeful stride. But when I check, everyone else is either up front or outside. The key to the gate sits untouched on my boss's desk. If someone had been heading to the storage area, they would have had to step into the office to grab the key. Yet when I walk back to check, the gate is still locked. No one is there. It happened again today. I was walking to the back for water when I noticed the alarm panel flashing. Only then did I hear the alarm blaring from the room where the safe is kept. My first instinct was to check the gates, still locked. Only 3 of us were in the office at the time, and none of us had triggered the alarm. Could there be a logical explanation? Maybe. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it was something else. Something unseen. He follows me. Not in an oppressive way, not with any sense of malice. But he is always there. When I go to the back to retrieve archived invoices, I feel him close, watching. It's like he wants me to be aware of his presence, to never forget that he lingers in the corners of this place. At first, he was near my desk more often, but I think he's realized that I get uneasy when he's too close. He's backed off, at least a little. Yet, he still finds ways to remind me he's here. Even now, as I sit typing this, a sudden image flashes in my mind, a smile. Not mine, not anyone I know. His. And then, a sensation, the faintest touch, a single fingertip brushing against my right temple. Not enough to alarm me. Just enough to let me know I am not alone. Throughout my childhood, I experienced many strange occurrences in our home, things disappearing only to turn up in impossible places, doors mysteriously locking themselves overnight, footsteps echoing when no one else was home, and faint voices rising through the old heating vents from the basement. For the most part, I brushed these things off. They were unsettling, sure, but nothing I couldn't ignore. Until one night. That night has haunted me ever since. I grew up in an old colonial-style brick house, a place with centuries of history embedded in its walls. The original structure, what is now the kitchen, was built in the late 1600s as a simple one-room home. Over time, more rooms were added, expanding into the house we lived in. By the mid-1700s, it had become a full estate, once owned by a couple who worked in Philadelphia. But long before that, the land itself belonged to the Lenape tribe of Native Americans. Back in those days, people were often born and died in their homes. Maybe that was why there was so much lingering energy in the house, so many untold stories, lives lived and lost within these very walls. One night, when I was 7, something happened that I will never forget. I had been fast asleep when a nightmare jerked me awake in the middle of the night. At that age, bad dreams were common for me, but usually, after a few minutes, I would settle down and fall back asleep. Not this time. This time, I felt wide awake, heart pounding, my skin crawling with unease. The nightmare had been intense, so much so that I couldn't shake off the fear. I stared into the dark corners of my room, scanning the shadows, half expecting something to emerge. My mind raced, convincing me that something was watching me, waiting. I scanned the room again, my bookshelf, my dresser, the old wooden chair by the window. Everything was normal. Just my imagination, I told myself. But then my eyes drifted back to the door. It was wide open. I couldn't remember if it had been closed before or not, but something was different now. Someone was standing just outside my room. She was motionless, her figure barely illuminated by the dim glow of the hallway. But I could see her, a woman, staring directly at me with an expression that was eerily blank. At first, my brain couldn't process what I was seeing. My body froze, my breath caught in my throat. I knew something was terribly wrong, but my 7-year-old mind struggled to make sense of it. Who was she? Why was she there? How had she appeared so silently? The hallway was dark, but I could see her features clearly. She was beautiful, with dark hair that fell just past her shoulders, the ends curling in soft waves. She wore a long white nightgown, cliché, I know, but that's exactly what it was. She didn't move. She didn't speak. She just stared. The more I looked at her, the more the fear built up inside me. My stomach twisted in knots, my skin prickled with cold sweat. I wanted to scream, to call out for my mother, but my voice wouldn't come. For what felt like an eternity, we just stared at each other. And then, as pure terror gripped me, I threw the covers over my head. I clenched my eyes shut, whispering to myself over and over, "Please go away! Please go away! Please go away!" I have no idea how long I stayed like that, hiding beneath the sheets, my little hands clutching the fabric so tightly that my knuckles turned white. I didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't dare peek. But eventually, the silence felt too heavy, too empty. Slowly, hesitantly, I pulled the covers down just enough to peek out. She was gone. The hallway was empty. I never heard her leave. There was no sound of footsteps, no creaking floorboards, nothing. Just stillness. I don't know why I didn't scream for my mother that night. Normally, after a nightmare, I would have run straight to her room, crying into her arms. But this was different. This didn't feel like a nightmare. It felt real. And somehow, even at that young age, I knew she wouldn't have been there if my parents came to check. Days later, I finally told them what I had seen. They listened, exchanged glances, and reassured me that I had probably just imagined it. A trick of the shadows. A lingering dream. A child's overactive imagination. But I knew better. I knew what I saw. And I have never forgotten her. When I was 11, my father told me that we were moving. He had received a promotion, and it required us to relocate. While my parents were excited, I wasn't happy about it. Moving meant leaving behind my home, my friends, and everything familiar. But I had no choice. Before we could settle into our new house, we needed a temporary place to stay. My aunt and uncle in Traverse City, Michigan, offered to take us in since they had extra space. Their house became home for a year, and during that time, nothing strange happened. There were no eerie noises, no unsettling feelings, and certainly nothing that felt out of the ordinary. Then we moved into our new house, and things changed. By the time I was 12, I had gotten used to the idea of moving, but something about this house felt off. It had an unsettling atmosphere that I couldn't quite explain. The house had multiple levels, a basement, a main floor, a second floor, and even an attic, though we hardly used it. We started unpacking, settling in, and adjusting to the new space. That first night in my new room, my father set up my bed. It was a bunk bed, and I always slept on the top. Being higher up made me feel safer. I liked looking down at the floor, knowing there was nothing underneath me. The lights went out, and silence filled the room. The only sound was my breathing as I lay there, trying to sleep. Then I felt it. It was subtle at first, just a feeling. Like I wasn't alone. My skin prickled, and my stomach twisted with unease. I opened my eyes, scanning the darkness, trying to convince myself that it was nothing more than my mind playing tricks on me. The room looked the same as before. Nothing out of place. I turned over to face the wall, willing myself to ignore the feeling. Just as I was drifting off, the mattress beneath me shifted. It felt like someone had sat down at the edge of my bed. I held my breath, frozen in place. My heart pounded in my chest. It was such a light pressure, just enough to be felt, just enough to make me question if I had imagined it. But I knew I hadn't. I never spoke about it. I convinced myself it was just my imagination, an overactive mind adjusting to a new house. I wish I could say that was the end of it. Now I am 17. We moved again, this time from Traverse City to Roscommon, Michigan. The house I live in now is different. Something about it feels heavier, more present. Unlike before, I can't ignore what happens here. The activity is stronger, more direct. I don't know if something has followed me, or if I've simply moved into another place with its own restless energy. On weekends, my parents leave me home alone when they run errands or go shopping. I stay in the living room, reading, my pets lying at my feet. These moments should feel peaceful, but they never do. At first, it was just small noises, sounds I could brush off. A scratching noise coming from the loft above the living room. The occasional creak, like someone shifting their weight on the floor. I told myself it was nothing, just the house settling, or maybe a small animal trapped in the walls. But then the sounds changed. Scratching turned into tapping. The kind of tapping that sounds intentional. I wanted to call out. The words, "Hello?" and "Who's there?" were at the tip of my tongue, but I held them back. I already knew no one was there. My pets, usually sensitive to things, stayed near me, quiet and still. One day, as I was walking to my room, I heard footsteps behind me. Not soft, accidental creaks, running footsteps. A surge of panic shot through me. I spun around so fast I nearly lost my balance, expecting to see someone, something. Nothing. But I felt it. There was a presence behind me, lingering, close enough that I could feel the air shift. A soft, cold brush of air moved across my face, and my stomach twisted. It never happens to anyone else. No one else in my family has experienced anything. It's just me. This thing, whatever it is, focuses on me. At first, it was subtle. A light tap on my shoulder, like someone trying to get my attention. It happened once, then again, then over and over. Always when I was alone. Every time, I turned around expecting to see someone. Every time, there was no one there. I could have ignored it. I could have convinced myself it was nothing. But then it spoke. It only happens when I ignore the tapping. At first, it was just my name, whispered barely audible, like someone struggling to say it. The voice was soft, distant, and cut off, like something was straining to push the words out. I froze the first time I heard it. I refused to believe it. But it keeps happening. Now, when I ignore the tapping, the whisper follows. I don't know who or what it is. I don't know why it chooses to bother me, why it never makes itself known to anyone else. I don't know if it followed me from the first house, or if I've just had bad luck twice. I only know that it's here. And it won't stop. After my grandma passed away in 2012, my uncle started experiencing strange things around his house. One of the oddest occurrences was a toy that kept turning on and off by itself. It wasn't just any toy. It was a Mr. Hanky talking bobblehead from South Park. I know it sounds ridiculous, but something was making it talk on its own, and even stranger, it was draining the battery at an abnormal rate. My uncle had owned the toy for years, using the same batteries, and it had never behaved this way before. But after my grandma's death, something changed. Around that time, my dad traveled out of state for a band reunion, which happened to be in the same area where my uncle lived. Instead of booking a hotel, he stayed with him for the duration of his trip. This detail wouldn't seem important at first, but it would become key to what happened next. My dad and uncle look very similar, and that resemblance plays into a theory I later developed. When my dad returned home, I was happy to see him. We talked for a while, and after catching up, I went back to my room to continue writing, something I often did to pass the time. But as I sat there, fully immersed in my work, the lights in my room started flickering uncontrollably. Now I live in an old house, so flickering lights weren't entirely unusual, but this was different. They wouldn't stop. Annoyed, I grabbed my phone and snapped a picture. When I looked at the image, I saw something strange, a blob-like shape, partially transparent with a blue hue. I wasn't sure what to make of it. I had heard of photographic anomalies, light reflections, or even glitches, but something about this felt off. I wasn't willing to brush it off as just another weird occurrence. I ran out of my room screaming, "Ghost!" My parents, understandably, were concerned. When I showed them the picture, my dad dismissed it immediately. My mom, on the other hand, looked at it with curiosity, though she didn't say much. Even though my dad ignored it, I refused to sleep in my room that night. I wanted to move into the basement, but my parents wouldn't allow it. Defeated, I returned to my room and decided to try a different approach. I sat on my bed and spoke to the entity, reasoning with it, trying to establish some kind of understanding. I didn't know if it would work, but after that night, something shifted. I no longer felt afraid. Instead, I felt as though I had gained a presence, something watching over me rather than trying to harm me. But then, things got stranger. Weird things didn't just happen to me anymore. My parents started experiencing unexplainable events as well. The first thing happened to me. I burn incense every day. One evening, I had placed a stick in the holder, ready to be lit, but at the last second, I decided to wait until later. I left my room for a bit to talk to my mom, and when I returned, I found something that made no sense. The incense holder was no longer on my desk. Instead, it was on the floor, perfectly upright, with the stick still intact. Ash was scattered everywhere. Confused, I called my mom upstairs. I thought maybe she had knocked it over by accident while making my bed, but when I looked, my bed was still unmade, meaning she hadn't even been near my desk. She insisted she hadn't touched anything and went back downstairs. That's when I knew the ghost was responsible. And this time, I wasn't scared. I was irritated. I cleaned up the mess, and as I did, I muttered curses under my breath, as if scolding the ghost directly. I moved on from my own experience, but then my mom had her own encounter. One morning, she woke up alone in the house. My dad was at work, and I was still upstairs in my room. Suddenly, I heard her yelling curses from downstairs. I ran to see what was wrong, and when I got there, I saw a broken flower pot on the floor, dirt and leaves scattered everywhere. She was livid. Assuming my dad was responsible, she called him and accused him of knocking it over without telling her. He denied everything. Then, she turned to me, but quickly realized that I never opened the curtains in the morning, which is where the planter had been. The only person who could have done it wasn't a person at all. The next strange event happened at night. My mom was still awake while I was in bed. She started hearing a strange noise, a deep vibration that she couldn't identify. She traced it back to our Blu-ray player, which hadn't been used in ages. For no reason at all, it was on and shaking, as if someone had turned it on and was messing with it. Then, it was my dad's turn. He was downstairs watching TV when he suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to go to the garage. There's a door inside the house that leads directly to it, so he went to open it. But the doorknob fell off in his hand. It wasn't loose before. It had never been an issue. But there it was, on the floor. Oddly enough, he didn't even react with frustration like he normally would. He just brushed it off, even though nothing like that had ever happened before. About a month later, my uncle came to stay with us while he was on vacation. Since it was more convenient than a hotel, he stayed in our house for a few days. My uncle is fascinated by ghosts. He has had countless encounters of his own, and we often sit together making fun of ghost adventures while discussing paranormal theories. I showed him the picture I had taken of the blue anomaly, and he seemed intrigued. He had captured similar images before in his own home. Sometimes, when I was bored, I would take pictures around my room just to see if I could catch anything else. I would see orbs through the viewfinder, but the moment I looked at the picture afterward, they were gone. My uncle called these fast ghosts, ones that show up on camera but don't leave a trace in the actual image. We weren't sure if it was a legitimate phenomenon, but it happened too many times to ignore. Here's where things get really weird. While my uncle was staying with us, the activity completely stopped. And when he left, it was gone completely. That's when I started developing a theory. Since my uncle has a history of ghostly encounters, I believe some of them follow him. Maybe one of them mistook my dad for my uncle, since they look alike, and followed him home. But after realizing the mistake, it waited for my uncle to return and left with him. People often asked me, "Do you think it was your grandma?" The answer is no. My grandma wasn't mischievous, this ghost was. Plus, we had a nickname for it. Given its behavior, I believed it was male, so we started calling it Mr. Ghost. It never gave me any signs that it was female, nor did it feel like the spirit of a loved one. Whatever it was just passing through. And when the time came, it left just as suddenly as it arrived. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. For as long as I can remember, I have felt the presence of a male spirit attached to me. No matter where I moved or how old I got, he remained close, like a shadow that never left my side. At times, his presence frightened me, but other times, it felt oddly comforting. There were long stretches where he seemed dormant, disappearing into the background of my life, almost making me forget he was ever there, until he wasn't. I first became truly aware of him when I hit puberty. It was during this time that he became most aggressive. I would lie in bed at night, watching a black mass shaped like a man moving around my room. I could hear the crunch of papers under his feet as he walked, and there were moments when I genuinely believed a real intruder had snuck inside. But the moment I turned on the lights, he would vanish. My bed would shake violently, my drawers, normally difficult to open, would fly open and slam shut. Books would sometimes launch toward me in the morning, and other nights, I would simply hide under the covers, squeezing my eyes shut and praying for him to leave. I knew the difference between an earthquake and something unnatural, and this was no earthquake. Yet, despite the terrifying moments, he wasn't always malicious. He would often appear the night before something bad happened, almost as if he were warning me. The first time, my mother got into a car accident with a semi-truck. The second time, my grandmother was rushed to the hospital with kidney failure. Another time, the house next door was broken into and ransacked. And the last time he appeared in an aggressive way, a hotel across the street caught on fire. I don't believe he caused these things, but I do think he was trying to warn me. Other times, he felt playful. I would hear his voice call my name or ask me simple questions, like who was singing. I always assumed it was my dad since he was the only man in the house, but when I turned around, no one would be there. My dad would still be at work. The moments I liked best were when he would whistle or hum a soft tune while I lay in bed or took walks alone. There was something strangely calming about it. But things took a stranger turn in my late teens. I began having intimate dreams about a mysterious man. He had dark hair, light-colored eyes, and always wore a top hat and a vest over a long-sleeved shirt. His appearance reminded me of old aristocrats, something from a time long before mine. Then I started seeing him while awake. He was the same man from my dreams, but now he was real, standing in front of me. The moment I recognized him, I told my dad about my experiences, and he listened carefully. After a long pause, he reminded me of something I had long forgotten. My childhood imaginary friend, Spooky. According to my dad, the way I described this spirit was identical to the way I used to describe Spooky as a child. I had apparently spoken about him often, saying he lived in a massive place, like a cathedral. Every time we passed a church, I would point and shout, "That's Spooky's house!" I didn't remember much about him, but one memory came back to me, one that I had buried for years. I had been playing with him one day when he told me he loved me. I remember laughing, telling him, "You can't! You're a boy, and boys are gross." That was all I could recall from those early days, but the revelation terrified me. I began wondering if I was losing my mind. When my now husband and I moved into our apartment, I started to forget about Spooky, until he made himself known again. One night, I was lying on the floor, watching a movie with my dogs. Suddenly, a cold fear wrapped around me. My dogs reacted immediately. Their fur stood on end, their bodies stiffening, growling at something unseen. Then, as if tracking a presence, they followed it into the bedroom. My boyfriend, now husband, would often wake up in a panic, saying there was a strange man in our apartment, or that things were moving on their own. I would laugh it off. "It's just my ghost," I'd tell him. "It's just Spooky." Things calmed down for a while, until I got pregnant. His presence returned, but this time, it was gentler. When I was hospitalized with premature labor, I was in the middle of a contraction when I squeezed my eyes shut. When I opened them, he was there, standing by my bed, watching me with a soft smile. I blinked, and he was gone. I worried that he might attach himself to my daughter, but what I didn't expect was that he would act like she was his own. She was born with a rare genetic disorder, leaving her small and slightly behind in development. Yet I would often walk into her room and see her squealing, reaching up, playing with something I couldn't see. Her blankets would be bundled under her one moment, then suddenly draped around her and tucked in, but she didn't have the ability to do that herself. And I was the only one home. I knew it was him. Recently, I started having dreams of him again. This time, he was clearer. He told me he had loved me for a very long time. That I could love whomever I wanted in this world, but that in my dreams, or in death, I would always belong to him. I protested. I told him my husband was the only man I would ever love. And then I woke up. Ever since that dream, a name has been stuck in my head. Cecil. I don't know why, but I can't stop thinking about it. I wonder if that is his name. I don't know what he is or what he truly wants. A part of me has grown fond of him, almost attached, yet another part of me is afraid. He has been in my life since childhood, long before I understood what he was. And now I wonder, will he ever leave? When I was about 5 years old, I lived with my parents in a spacious flat on the top floor of a building in Paisley, Scotland. It was a nice place, big and comfortable, but even at that young age, something about it felt strange. There were little things, feelings that I couldn't explain, but I was too young to understand them. The first strange thing happened one night when my parents were putting me to bed. They stood at the doorway, saying good night, and as I looked up at them, I noticed a small boy standing between them. He was pale and dressed in white, maybe a shirt and pajama trousers. He wasn't doing anything, just looking at me, his expression unreadable. But for some reason, I felt like I knew him, as if he was a friend from long ago, someone I had forgotten but was now seeing again. I smiled at him. And then, just like that, he was gone. I sat up quickly, confused, and asked my parents where the boy had gone. They exchanged glances, clearly startled, and told me there was no one else in the house. But I had seen him. He had been right there, standing between them, looking at me. No matter what they said, I knew what I saw. A few months later, something even stranger started happening. I liked playing on the stairs outside our flat, usually with my My Little Pony figures. The street was quiet, and the other kids weren't very nice, so I preferred being alone. But then, a man started appearing. I never saw him approaching. He would just be there, standing at the top of the stairs, watching me. He appeared so often that I started calling him the man with the bandage, because of the white bandage wrapped around his head. He never spoke, never moved. He only stared at me for a few moments. And then, every time, he would turn and fall down the stairs. It always happened the same way. He would stand there, staring, and then without warning, he would fall. I would hear the sickening, heavy grunt he made as he hit the bottom, and when I ran to look, there was nothing. No one. He was gone. This happened again and again. It became routine, something I expected. And each time, I was left with the same strange feeling in my stomach, a mixture of fear and confusion. Then came the night that changed everything. I had been fast asleep when I suddenly woke up to the sound of my mother shouting my name. Her voice was loud, urgent, calling me over and over again. I sat up, my heart pounding. Then silence. The kind of silence that felt unnatural, as if the entire world had gone completely still. Normally, I would hear cars outside, or the faint hum of the building, something. But now, there was nothing. A few moments later, my bedroom door opened, and my mum walked in, looking panicked. "Why are you shouting?" she asked. I blinked at her. "I wasn't shouting. You were shouting me." Her expression darkened. I never said a word. And then I felt it. A strange tingling sensation, like pins and needles crawling over my entire body. I didn't know why, but before I even thought about it, the words just slipped from my mouth. It must have been the man with the bandage. I wasn't even thinking about him at the time. I hadn't seen him in a while. I had almost forgotten about him. And then it happened. A loud, horrible screech filled the air. It was deep, guttural, almost like the noise he made when he fell down the stairs, but this time, it was longer, sharper, angrier. And then came the crash. Glass shattered. My mother grabbed me and told me to stay in my room, not to come out, no matter what. The next morning, I found out that both of my parents' bedroom windows had been shattered. These weren't just any windows, they looked out onto the apartment's stairwell. There was no way anyone could have reached them from the outside. Shaken, my mom went to the building's janitor, who had access to the security camera footage. There was one camera per floor, and ours had captured something. Years later, when I was old enough, my mom finally let me see the tape. At first, the footage looked normal. Then, the sound kicked in. A loud, ear-piercing screech echoed through the hallway. And then, a thick, dark shadow appeared. It was large, human-sized, but featureless. It had no face, no details, just a black mass moving unnaturally. And then, as the screech grew even louder, the shadow suddenly rushed toward the window. And the glass exploded. But there was nothing there. No one on the stairs. No one outside. Just the shadow. And then it was gone. After that, things seemed to return to normal. I never saw the man with the bandage again, and the eerie, suffocating feeling that had lingered in the flat disappeared. My parents never talked about it, and eventually, we moved away. But sometimes, late at night, I still think about him. What did he want? Was he trying to reach me? Warn me? Hurt me? And most of all, I wonder, what would have happened if I had answered his call that night? Living in an old stone farmhouse in Angus, Scotland, in my mid-20s was an experience I will never forget. The house itself was ancient, likely built between 200 and 300 years ago, and had the unmistakable aura of history clinging to its walls. It was a long, single-level structure, possibly once a set of crofts for land workers, with a hallway stretching from one end to the other. If all the doors were open, you could see straight from the master bedroom at one end to the kitchen at the other. The attic stairs sat halfway down the hall, past the smaller bedroom and living room, with the bathroom tucked between. I lived there with my husband and our 3-year-old daughter. My husband was often away for work, so most of the time, it was just my little girl and me. From the moment we moved in, the master bedroom unsettled me. It was impossible to pinpoint exactly why, but it always felt oppressive. Strange noises, inexplicable sleep paralysis, and the eerie sense of being watched made it unbearable to stay in for long. I would avoid the room whenever possible, but oddly enough, my daughter was completely drawn to it. She loved playing there, filling the air with the sound of cheerful chatter as if she were talking to someone. She spent more time in that room than anywhere else, happy as could be, so one day, I decided to swap rooms with her. My discomfort was too much, and I figured if she loved the space, maybe she should have it. I moved my bed into the much smaller bedroom and gave her the larger master. Everything seemed fine until one night when I put her to bed early after she had been acting up. I went to sleep soon after, but not long into the night, I was jolted awake. As my eyes adjusted, I was met with the sight of a woman's face, no more than 6 inches from mine. Her expression was twisted in blind rage, her eyes burning into me. She was Afro-Caribbean in appearance, wearing a vibrant, multicolored turban-style headdress, but beyond that, I could only make out a frilly cream neckline. The detail of her face was unnervingly clear, down to the veins in her eyes that made them seem redder than they should have been. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. My body was frozen in terror. And then, she vanished. It left me shaken beyond words. What had I done to provoke her anger? Who was she? How did she come to be in this old farmhouse in rural Scotland? There had never been many Afro-Caribbean families in the area, at least not in modern history. Yet, something told me she wasn't from this time. Her presence felt older, as if she had been tied to the house long before I ever set foot in it. That wasn't the only strange occurrence. One stormy night, the electricity cut out, which wasn't uncommon in that area. Without a torch nearby, I used my old flip phone's camera flash to guide me to the kitchen where I kept the candles. As I walked, I took quick pictures every few steps to create bursts of light. Once I had what I needed, I returned to my room and eventually fell asleep. The next morning, while scrolling through my phone, I decided to delete the photos I had taken the night before. That was when I saw it. One picture, taken in the hallway between the living room and the bedrooms, revealed something chilling. A little girl, no older than 7 or 8, sat cross-legged on the floor. Draped over her shoulder was a smaller child, a boy who looked about 3. My stomach clenched as I zoomed in. Her face was not fully formed, her features were eerily skeletal. Even more unsettling was what she was wearing. A pair of pink dress-up shoes that belonged to my daughter were in the middle of the hallway the night before, yet in the picture they were on the little girl's feet. I stared at the image, trying to make sense of it. I showed it to my most skeptical friends, expecting them to dismiss it, but they didn't. Even the staunchest non-believer among them was convinced. One of them, who had always laughed off ghost stories, admitted he couldn't explain it, and was disturbed enough to rethink everything he believed about the paranormal. I held on to that picture for years, storing it on my old home computer. But when I moved out of the house after my husband and I separated, the computer died, and I lost the image forever. I kept the machine for a long time, hoping that one day I could retrieve it, but it never happened. To this day, I regret not backing it up or sending it to someone. If only we had cloud storage back then. That house left a deep imprint on me. I still think about it often. Who was the angry woman? What did she want? And those children, what happened to them? Why were they still there, caught in a moment outside of time? I moved away, but I still find myself drawn to old places with history. My new home, an ancient house just outside Edinburgh, has given me a few strange experiences, though nothing as distinct or terrifying as what happened in that farmhouse. And honestly, I hope it stays that way. The presence of both the wolf and the wraith in your life suggests a deep and personal spiritual connection to something beyond ordinary human perception. Your experiences, starting from childhood and evolving over time, indicate that these entities are not random occurrences but something intrinsically tied to you. The wraith, in particular, seems to be an entity that thrives on fear. Its shifting forms, its attachment to closets, and its paralyzing influence are all characteristics that align with shadow entities or parasitic spirits. These beings often feed on energy, specifically fear or heightened emotions. When you resisted and fought back, its power over you weakened. This is a common trait in malevolent entities. When they are no longer feared, their grip loosens. Your ability to push it away through willpower is significant because it shows that it does not have true dominance over you, only the influence it is allowed. The fact that it evolved in appearance over time suggests that it adapts to your understanding of it. At first, it was a simple shadow with eyes. Then it became something more defined, a skull, then a hanged man. It's almost as if it is trying to find the best form to intimidate you, which further supports the idea that it relies on fear to exist. The fact that it has never physically harmed you and only observes suggests that it is bound by certain rules, likely spiritual in nature. As for the wolf, its presence is incredibly interesting. It feels protective, like a guardian spirit. The fact that it appears with storms could indicate that it is tied to nature in some way, possibly an elemental or ancestral protector. Storms carry immense energy, and if you always felt excitement during rainy weather, your energy levels would be higher, making it easier for you to perceive spiritual activity. The wolf seems to act as a counterbalance to the wraith, ensuring it does not completely take over. Whether the wolf is an actual guardian, a spirit guide, or even a fragment of your own strength manifesting as a separate presence, its role is clearly to keep the wraith at bay. Your father's experiences with ghosts could be important because sensitivity to spirits often runs in families. If he has had many encounters but never told you until recently, it's possible that you inherited a spiritual sensitivity from him. This would mean that you are naturally more open to seeing and interacting with these beings. Some people believe that families with generational ties to the supernatural are more likely to be targets for certain entities. The wraith may have been drawn to your family line rather than just the house itself. The fact that the wraith followed you from one house to another suggests that it was never fully attached to the old house but to you. If it were a classic, haunted house spirit, it would have stayed behind and simply latched onto the new residence. The way it stayed in your childhood closet before creeping back into your life years later implies that it may have waited for the right conditions to reattach itself to you, perhaps during times of vulnerability or change. As for the shadowy figures that used to surround it but have since disappeared, it's possible that those were lesser entities that thrived off the wraith's presence. When you started resisting and asserting your willpower, they may have been driven away. Some negative spirits travel in groups, using numbers to strengthen their presence. If you managed to weaken the wraith before, those other entities may have lost interest in you as a source of energy. What the wraith actually is remains a mystery. It could be a Christian demon, a malevolent spirit, or even a thought form that has been growing stronger over time due to your awareness of it. Some entities are not necessarily demons but exist in a realm parallel to ours, drawn to people with heightened spiritual awareness. The wraith may have latched onto you for reasons beyond just fear. It could be something deeper, something tied to your past lives, ancestry, or even something unresolved in your spirit. Your instinct to fight it with willpower is the right approach. The more you resist, the weaker it becomes. It feeds on attention, so acknowledging its presence but refusing to let it affect you is a powerful defense. You might consider spiritual cleansing rituals, whether religious, prayer, holy water, or more general, smudging with sage, salt lines, protective crystals. Calling on the wolf in a direct way may also help strengthen its presence against the wraith. Most importantly, the wraith is not unbeatable. You have already proven that by driving it away before. The key is not to let it regain its hold. It thrives on the power you give it, and now that you are aware of its presence again, you must reinforce your control. Whether through belief, spiritual protection, or sheer defiance, you have the upper hand. Adeline had always been a bright and cheerful child, full of energy and laughter. But within the last month, something had changed. There were moments when she seemed completely lost in thought, her usually playful nature replaced with a strange stillness. One day, while she was playing in her room, she suddenly stopped. She sat motionless, staring down at her hands, tears welling up in her eyes. When asked what was wrong, she barely managed to speak, her voice trembling as she said, "Make go away!" She shook her hands desperately, as if trying to fling something off, and then started screaming, "No!" over and over again. It was unsettling, but at first, it seemed like just another childhood phase. Maybe she had a bad dream or was just overwhelmed by something she couldn't quite understand. That night, however, the fear returned. The sound of her screaming echoed through the house, pulling me out of bed in an instant. When I opened her door, she was sitting upright in her bed, staring at the wall across from her, silent tears streaming down her face. I rushed to her, trying everything I could to soothe her, to make her snap out of whatever trance she was in. When she finally calmed down, I gently asked what she saw. She didn't answer. Instead, she buried her face in my shoulder, refusing to even look in the direction of the wall. Worried, I started researching, trying to find a logical explanation. All the signs pointed to night terrors, something that wasn't uncommon for children her age. But something about this felt different. Night terrors usually faded quickly, and children rarely remembered them. Adeline wasn't just waking up in distress, she was seeing something. And whatever it was, it scared her enough to leave her speechless. Days passed, but I couldn't shake the growing sense that something was off. There was a feeling in the house I hadn't noticed before, something heavy and unsettling. No matter where I was, it felt like I was being watched. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was overthinking things because of Adeline's recent behavior. But then, things started happening. One evening, after putting Adeline to bed, I heard a noise in the kitchen. It wasn't loud, just a soft clatter, like something falling. When I went to check, I found one of Adeline's plastic bowls on the floor, along with her cup. I had just washed them earlier, leaving them to dry on the counter. It didn't make sense how they had ended up on the ground. Uneasy, I picked them up, washed them again, and put them away in the cabinet. That night, sleep didn't come easily. I lay in bed, listening to the ticking of the clock, trying to force my mind to relax. Just as I was finally drifting off, I felt it, the unmistakable weight of someone sitting on my bed. My body tensed, every nerve on edge. The weight was too heavy to be Adeline. I wasn't alone. I was about to roll over when I felt something even worse, a hand slipping into mine. Cold, unfamiliar, and real. Before I could react, a sharp, stern whisper cut through the silence. "Shh." I froze. The voice had been right next to my ear. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing myself to believe it was a dream, a trick of my tired mind. But the fear was too real. It wasn't a dream. Moments later, Adeline's cries shattered the silence. I bolted from my bed, rushing to her room. She was exactly as I had found her the last time, sitting upright, tears streaming down her face, staring at the same spot on the wall. I gathered her into my arms, whispering reassurances, but she refused to speak. She just clung to me, shaking. I didn't know what to do. Was this something more than just night terrors? Why was she so afraid of that wall? And what had just happened in my own room? It didn't feel like a coincidence anymore. Something was happening in the house, something neither of us could explain. As the days passed, I started noticing more. The feeling of being watched never went away. It followed me from room to room, an invisible presence lurking just out of sight. It wasn't just in my head, Adeline felt it too. She would stop mid-play and look around as if searching for something. Sometimes she would whisper to herself, shaking her head as if answering someone I couldn't see. Then came the worst night yet. I had just put Adeline to bed when I heard something loud crash in the living room. I ran out to find nothing disturbed, but the air was thick with unease. I turned back toward Adeline's room, only to feel the air around me shift. It was like stepping into a space that wasn't entirely my own anymore. A shadow flickered at the corner of my vision, disappearing before I could fully process it. I tried to keep the house calm, tried to maintain a peaceful energy, but it didn't seem to matter. Whatever was here had already made itself at home. I had always been careful about energy, about keeping a positive environment, but this was different. It was as if something had found its way in, something that had no intention of leaving. That night, I woke up gasping for breath. My room was freezing, and my body was paralyzed with fear. I could feel it again, the weight on the bed, the presence near me. But this time, I didn't dare open my eyes. I lay still, listening, heart hammering against my ribs. Then, the whisper came again, softer this time but just as chilling. "Shh." I don't know how long I stayed like that before the presence lifted. When I finally gathered the courage to move, I found Adeline standing in the doorway. Her eyes were wide with fear, her tiny frame trembling. She looked up at me, her voice barely above a whisper. It was watching me. I don't know if there's one spirit in the house or multiple. I don't know why it's focused on Adeline or why it started with her in the first place. I've done everything I can to keep our home protected, cleansed it regularly, and created a space of peace. But none of it seems to be working. I don't know what's drawing them here, but I do know one thing: whatever it is, it's not leaving on its own. The house I grew up in had always felt like home, but there was something about it that never quite sat right. It was a 2-story house with my parents' room upstairs, along with another bedroom. The kitchen and living room were on the main floor, and 2 bedrooms were in the basement. I lived there with my mom, dad, younger sister, and brother. Over the years, as we grew, we changed rooms multiple times. At first, my brother's crib was in my parents' room while my sister and I shared the bedroom beside theirs. When he got older, he moved into that room, and my sister and I moved into the basement together. Eventually, she got her own room, and for the first time, I had a space of my own. When we first moved into the basement, I never noticed anything strange. But I always had an uneasy feeling whenever I was on the stairs. Every time I went up, I felt like something was right behind me, chasing me. I would sprint up as fast as I could, feeling a rush of panic, though I never dared to look back. Once my sister moved into her own room, that's when things started happening to me. At night, I couldn't sleep with my back facing the open side of my bed. I had to face the wall. If I rolled over in the night, and my back was exposed to the room, I would get an overwhelming sensation that someone was standing right behind me. Then, without fail, something would jump onto my bed and scream in my ear. It wasn't a typical scream. It was more like someone shouting, "Bio!" directly into my ear with force. Every time, I would panic and whip around, but nothing was ever there. This happened every single time my back faced the outside of my bed, and it terrified me. As a child, I always slept with my bedroom door open. There was a night light in the hallway, plugged in just outside my sister's room. From where I lay, I couldn't see the night light itself, but its glow illuminated my room enough to cast soft shadows. One night, I was lying in bed and noticed a shadow in the light. It was the shape of a man. It stood perfectly still. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but the longer I stared, the more I realized the shadow wasn't changing or fading. The strange part was that if someone had been standing in front of the night light, I should have been able to see them in the hallway, but I didn't. The shadow should have blocked the light, not been cast in it. I was confused but too tired to think much about it. I eventually fell asleep. The worst night came when I woke up needing to use the bathroom. Every time I left my room at night, I would glance into my sister's room to see if she was still in bed. If we had nightmares, we'd often sleep with our parents, so I would check if she was still there. That night, as I passed by, I saw her lying in bed, sound asleep. But right beside her, standing near her bed, was a dark figure of a man. He was completely still, but I couldn't make out any features. The only thing I could clearly see was that he was wearing a hat. It wasn't a regular cap. It looked more like an old-fashioned farmer's hat, wide-brimmed and flat all the way around. A feeling of pure terror hit me, and I bolted up the stairs without looking back. I can't remember what happened after that. I don't know if my parents were still awake when I got upstairs or if I ended up sleeping in their room that night. I just know that I never wanted to go back down to that basement. That was the last time I physically saw the figure, but the basement never stopped making me feel uneasy. Every time I went up those stairs, I still felt chased. The summer before I started 6th grade, we moved to a new house in another city. I thought whatever haunted me in that old house would be left behind, but I was wrong. In the new house, for the first week or so, I still felt something jump onto my bed at night if I turned my back to the room. It wasn't as aggressive as before, but it was still there. Then, one day, I was sitting in the living room watching TV when, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a dark figure standing just a few feet behind the couch. It was only a glimpse, but I knew what I saw. After that, nothing else happened. The presence seemed to fade away, and for the first time in years, I finally felt like I was free. Years later, I finally worked up the courage to talk to my sister about what I had experienced. I told her about the figure I had seen standing by her bed, and about how much the basement scared me. She immediately agreed, saying the basement had always terrified her too, and she always ran up the stairs like something was right behind her. Then she told me something that made my blood run cold. One night, she had seen the figure too. It was standing by our dad's workbench in the basement. When I asked her if the man was wearing a hat, she nodded. But the man she saw had a baseball cap on. To this day, I don't know who or what that shadow figure was. I don't know why it followed me to the new house for a short time before disappearing. But the fear it left behind stayed with me for years. Even now, whenever I walk up a flight of stairs in an empty house, I still feel that lingering sensation, that something is right behind me, just out of sight. I've lived in my house for as long as I can remember, and for just as long, I've felt the presence of something, or someone, that doesn't belong. It isn't a friendly presence, though it doesn't feel outright malevolent either. It's like someone who enjoys lurking in the shadows, making themselves known just enough to keep you on edge. I can't shake the feeling that he's always watching, waiting for a moment to remind me he's there. The first time I actually saw him was in the basement. Our family used to keep 2 guinea pigs and a rabbit down there. My job was to clean their cages every weekend, and the basement was a familiar, if slightly eerie, place. The rabbit had a large cage with wooden shelves, and when he jumped, it made a distinct, loud sound. We also had a big plastic fence that formed a pen, where we let the guinea pigs and rabbit roam at different times. The guinea pigs, small and quiet, usually stayed near the rabbit's cage, munching on stray bits of hay. My cats liked to keep me company while I cleaned, and I had grown used to the routine of having them around. That particular day, I was kneeling in front of the guinea pig cage, my back turned to the rest of the basement. Everything was still and quiet, just the usual soft sounds of the animals moving inside the pen. Then, all at once, chaos erupted behind me. My cat bolted across the basement floor, the guinea pig started squeaking and running frantically, and the rabbit began jumping wildly from shelf to shelf. Confused, I turned around to see what had startled them. That's when I saw the hand. It came at me fast, solid yet unnaturally white, stopping abruptly at the wrist as if the rest of the body had been cut off. The fingers were fully extended, reaching toward me. I barely had time to react before instinct took over. I leaped over the pen and sprinted upstairs, taking a wide path to avoid whatever had just tried to touch me. I never looked back. The strangest thing about that moment was that even though I had only seen the hand, I felt an overwhelming sense that it belonged to a man. It wasn't just a random apparition, it was him. Since then, he's made his presence known in other ways. The study upstairs is another place where his energy lingers. At night, the computers in the room come to life. If you stand in the doorway, you can hear the unmistakable sound of typing, the keys clicking rapidly, though the screens remain dark. If you step inside, the typing stops immediately. If I leave the computers on and open a document in hopes that he'll leave a message, I always wake up to find them mysteriously turned off. I've entered the study a few times at night, trying to see if I can sense him more clearly. Every time, I feel the same distinct impression of a man, the same one from the basement. The air turns cold, my skin prickles, and I get the unsettling feeling that he's smirking, as if amused by my discomfort. He doesn't stop there. There have been nights when I wake up to the sensation of a cold hand pressing against my face. Other times, my blankets get lightly tugged, not forcefully, just enough to remind me that he's still here. If I ignore him, I'll feel a slight tug on my hair, like a playful yet taunting gesture. Each time, the same image forms in my mind, thin lips curved into a smirk. The basement, however, is where he makes the most noise. My mom's bedroom vent connects to the basement, and when I was younger, I used to sleep on the floor beside her bed, right near that vent. At night, I would hear constant banging coming from below. My mom always dismissed it, saying it was just the rabbit moving around, but I knew better. I had slept in the basement on multiple occasions, and the rabbit never made that much noise. Even during the day, when he was most active, he never moved enough to create the kind of relentless pounding I heard at night. I've always suspected that the smirking man was responsible. There's also the staircase. If my bedroom door is open at night, I can hear him moving, soft footsteps going up and down, up and down. He never stops for long. If I hear typing from the study, I know he's there. If the typing stops, I know he's pacing the stairs again. Yet, the moment I step out to look, the footsteps vanish. Years ago, my sister and I both experienced strange knocking sounds at night. At the time, I didn't associate it with him. I didn't have a face or a feeling connected to the knocking, just an eerie awareness that something was trying to get our attention. Now, looking back, I wonder if it was him all along or if we were dealing with something entirely different. Despite everything, he never speaks. He doesn't try to communicate directly. He just exists, lingering in the dark corners of my house, making just enough noise to unsettle me, to let me know he's there. But why? What does he want? I don't know if he was ever a living person or if he's something else entirely. What I do know is that he isn't going anywhere. And no matter how much I try to ignore him, I can still feel him watching, waiting, smirking in the shadows. I was in my early 20s when this happened, around 12 to 14 years ago. I had just moved into a new house in the western suburbs of Mumbai. Evenings were usually spent with my friends at our regular meeting spot, drinking cutting chai, smoking a few cigarettes, and talking about anything and everything. It was a routine we followed almost every day, and by around 11 p.m., we would all head home. Most of my friends lived in different areas, so we all had our own modes of transport. I had a motorcycle and would usually pick a route home depending on my mood. There was no fixed path. However, I generally preferred well-lit roads with street lights, especially at night. That night was no different. We wrapped up our conversations, said our goodbyes, and everyone left one by one. I, too, got on my bike and started my journey home. The night felt normal. The roads were quiet but not unsettling. I was riding at a comfortable speed, passing through an area that, at that time, was not very developed. Suddenly, out of nowhere, I saw a man standing by the roadside, waving me down. He was middle-aged, carrying a sling bag, the kind you often see Mumbai's best bus conductors or police officers carrying. Something about him seemed ordinary, so I slowed down and stopped. He asked if I could drop him at the next junction, where he hoped to find an auto rickshaw to continue his journey home. I didn't think twice before agreeing. He got on the bike behind me, and we set off. For the entire ride, neither of us spoke. It was a short trip, maybe 5 or 10 minutes at most. When we reached the junction, I pulled over. It was a large, open area where he could easily find a rickshaw. However, the street was eerily empty. There wasn't a single auto in sight. Seeing this, I offered to take him a little further, perhaps closer to his destination, but he declined politely. "I'll manage," he said, getting off the bike. I nodded, took the left turn toward my house, and rode ahead for just a few meters before an odd feeling made me stop. Something didn't sit right with me. I glanced back toward the junction to check if he had found an auto or was walking in a particular direction. But he was gone. The road was empty, and there was no possible place he could have disappeared to in those few seconds. The junction was wide, and crossing it would take at least 15 seconds at a normal pace. There were no side streets, no parked vehicles, no buildings nearby where he could have slipped away unnoticed. He had simply vanished. I sat there, staring at the spot where I had dropped him off, trying to make sense of what had just happened. My heart pounded. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I knew what I had seen. I had spoken to him. I had felt the slight shift in weight when he sat behind me on the bike. But now, he was nowhere. It was as if he had never existed. I didn't wait to question it any further. I twisted the throttle and sped home, my mind racing faster than my bike. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the incident over and over in my head, searching for a logical explanation, but there was none. From that night on, I made a silent vow to myself. I would never take that road again after dark. No matter how late I stayed out or how convenient the route seemed, I always found an alternative. The area has changed a lot since then. What was once an undeveloped stretch is now filled with buildings, shops, and people. No one has ever spoken of anything unusual happening there. Maybe it was a one-time incident. Maybe it was just for me. But to this day, I can't shake off the memory of that man and the way he disappeared into the night, leaving behind nothing but unanswered questions. Ever since I was 5 years old, I'd been able to see spirits. Before that, I had no connection to the paranormal, no experiences, nothing unusual at all. But everything changed the day my brother died. We were walking home from the park, just a block away from our house. It was a normal evening until a man staggered out of an alleyway a few houses down. At first, my brother and I thought he was drunk. He could barely walk straight, and then he fell flat on his face, groaning. My brother Jacob told me to stay back while he approached to help the man up. But the moment Jacob got close, the man pulled out a gun and pointed it at me. Jacob didn't hesitate. He threw himself in front of me just as the gun went off. That was the last time I saw my brother alive. He died that day, September 2nd, 2001. And that was also the day I started seeing spirits. At first, the ghosts I saw weren't frightening. I would see vague figures, blurry shapes in my peripheral vision, and hear faint whispers. It wasn't until my stepfather came into our lives that I saw my first clear spirit, his fraternal twin brother, who had died years before. Then my aunt passed away from stomach cancer in 2006, and soon after, I saw her spirit too. I wasn't scared. It was just how my life was. But then, in 2012, when my uncle took his own life, everything changed. That night, after his funeral, I stayed home with my cousin Zach, my mom, my stepdad, and my Aunt Tammy. Zach and I were inside watching TV. Ghost Adventures was on, though we weren't really paying attention. I was flipping through an old family tree book, and Zach was scrolling through his phone. My mom, stepdad, and aunt were outside smoking. Everything was quiet. Then, suddenly, we both heard something upstairs, footsteps in the hallway, followed by the bathroom doorknob jiggling. We froze. I turned to Zach, and he looked just as pale as I felt. "Did you hear that?" I asked. "The footsteps and the doorknob?" he whispered. I nodded. We stared at each other for a few seconds before, at the exact same moment, we jumped up and bolted out of the house. When we told my mom what happened, she didn't believe us. But then she noticed I was still holding the family tree book. "Go put it away," she told me. I really didn't want to go back inside, but I did as she said. I hurried inside and put the book back on the shelf. As I was walking toward the back door to leave, I reached for the handle, and that's when I heard it. A deep, guttural growl coming from the basement. I froze. Slowly, I turned my head toward the basement stairs. And in the darkness, I saw them, a pair of glowing red eyes staring back at me. I wanted to believe it was one of my cats. But I knew both of them were asleep upstairs. I had checked. I didn't say a word to anyone that night. But after that, things got worse. Now I'm in college, living in a dorm. My last roommate had to move out because something kept attacking her in her sleep. She woke up with scratches all over her arms, legs, and back. I never saw what hurt her, but I knew it was something bad. My new roommate, one of my best friends, told me something even stranger. Last night she woke up in the middle of the night and saw a tall, shadowy figure standing over my bed. She thought it was the same entity that had hurt my last roommate, until she saw it reach out and stroke my hair. She told me the touch wasn't menacing but protective. She believed it was my brother Jacob. He used to do that when I was a kid, whenever I had nightmares. I don't know what to believe anymore. The spirits I've encountered throughout my life, my family members, my brother, never scared me. But there's something else, something darker, that has been following me since I was 15. And I don't know how to get rid of it. A few weeks ago, I was watching Paranormal Activity with some friends in our dorm lounge. We were on the 5th movie when, out of nowhere, I started feeling sick. My head pounded. My stomach churned. No matter how I sat, I couldn't get comfortable. I told one of my friends, who is Wiccan and an experienced medium, about what was happening. She immediately started chanting something, placed her hands on my head and stomach, and then slowly pulled them away, as if she was drawing something out of me. The second she finished, the sickness disappeared. She told me something evil had tried to get inside me. Something had attempted to possess me. I've never been this scared in my life. I know there's something dark in my dorm. I don't know if it's the same entity from my house, or something new, but it's watching me. I can feel it. And I don't know how to stop it. I need help. I need to understand what this thing is and why it's attached to me. Why did I start seeing spirits after my brother died? Why did this dark presence start haunting me after my uncle's suicide? What does it want from me? And most importantly, how do I get rid of it? We all stood there, staring at the locked bathroom door, completely baffled. My brother and cousin had both peeked inside, confirming that no one was in there, yet the door remained locked from the inside. It made no sense. My younger sisters clung to each other, their faces reflecting the growing unease that I, too, felt creeping up my spine. Trying to make sense of it, my cousin David suggested that maybe the latch had gotten stuck on its own. It was an old house, after all, with wooden doors that sometimes swelled with humidity. Still, I knew that wasn't the case. I had felt someone brush past me earlier, and my brother had caught a glimpse of a white shirt before the door closed. Someone had gone in. But now, there was no one inside. My big brother, growing impatient, decided there was no other way but to force the door open. He grabbed a screwdriver and tried to pry the bolt loose. As soon as he touched it, a loud bang echoed from inside the bathroom. We all froze. The sound was deep, like something heavy had fallen, but there was nothing inside that could have made that noise. The room felt suffocatingly silent after that. My brother hesitated, gripping the screwdriver tighter. My cousin David whispered, "Just open it." My brother took a deep breath and forced the bolt free. The door creaked open slowly, revealing exactly what my cousin and brother had already seen from above, an empty bathroom. But the air inside was unnaturally cold, as if someone had been standing there just moments ago. A strange scent lingered in the air, not entirely unpleasant but oddly out of place. It smelled like old wood and something faintly floral, like dried jasmine. My youngest sister, who had been quiet all this time, suddenly pointed at the small mirror above the sink. "Why is it foggy?" she asked in a whisper. We all looked. There was a thin layer of condensation on the mirror, as if someone had just taken a hot shower. But the bathroom had been empty the entire time. A shiver ran through me. My cousin David, trying to shake off the uneasiness, laughed nervously. "Maybe it's the weather," he said, though we all knew the night was clear and warm. We quickly locked the bathroom and decided to finish up our work as fast as we could. The excitement of the upcoming wedding had been momentarily overshadowed by the mystery of what had just happened. None of us wanted to stay in the house much longer. That night, we finally joined the rest of the family at my aunt's house. I told my mother about what had happened, expecting her to dismiss it or scold us for letting our imaginations run wild. Instead, she grew quiet. After a long pause, she finally said, "I was hoping you wouldn't see anything." I felt my stomach drop. "See what?" I asked. She sighed, looking around to make sure no one else was listening before lowering her voice. "Your great-grandfather used to say that we are never alone in this house. He always told me to knock before entering empty rooms, especially the bathroom. He believed that sometimes, unseen guests passed through." My brother and I exchanged uneasy glances. "But why would it lock itself?" my brother asked. My mother shook her head. "I don't know. Maybe whoever was in there didn't want to be disturbed." That night, as the wedding preparations continued in full swing at my aunt's house, I couldn't shake the feeling that our home had a presence we couldn't explain. Over the years, strange things continued to happen. Whispers when no one was around, lights flickering on their own, the feeling of being watched when we were alone. But we never spoke about that night again. Even now, whenever I visit that old house, I still knock before entering the bathroom. Just in case. That night felt no different from any other. I had spent hours on my laptop, music playing softly as I lost track of time. It wasn't until I glanced at the clock that I realized it was already past 4 a.m. The house was mostly quiet, except for my mother, who was inexplicably cleaning the bathroom at that hour. I could hear her shifting things around, the occasional clatter of bottles and the swish of a mop. After a while, I realized I had to use the bathroom, but with my mother still occupying it, I didn't feel like waiting or bothering her. So, I decided to take the easy way out, just step outside for a quick moment. Slipping on my sandals, I walked around to the side of the house, where the yard met the dark stretch of woods that bordered our home. The night air was cool, the silence settling heavily over everything. As I stood there, I suddenly felt it. A presence. It wasn't fear exactly, but it was strong. It was undeniable. I wasn't alone. I had been outside at night countless times before, often encountering stray animals, dogs, cats, foxes, even the occasional deer. But this wasn't that. This was different. There was a weight to it, an awareness that pressed against me in a way I couldn't ignore. Then, without thinking, I did something that now, in hindsight, seems reckless. I asked, "Is someone out here?" The moment the words left my mouth, an answer came. A faint, distant voice. A woman's voice. It came from the backyard, just beyond the edge of the woods, close but not visible. The words were indistinct, blurred by the night, but the tone was clear, like someone calling out from far away, yet it sounded impossibly close. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. A wave of shock ran through me, followed immediately by instinct. I whispered a quick, "OSH*T", turned on my heel, and bolted back inside the house. I locked the door behind me and went straight to the dining room, flipping on the back porch light. The glass sliding door gave me a clear view of the backyard, but there was nothing there. No movement, no figure, no trace of anyone or anything that could have spoken. Still trying to catch my breath, I hurried to find my mother, blurting out everything that had just happened. She was startled but not exactly surprised. Our house had been the site of many strange encounters over the years, and this was just another story to add to the growing list. But I wasn't satisfied with just brushing it off. My mind raced through all the possible explanations. Could it have been a real person? Someone sneaking around in the yard at 4 a.m? That thought was almost more unsettling than a ghost, but it didn't add up. If someone had been there, I would have seen them. The yard is wide open, no large trees or structures to hide behind, just an expanse of grass leading to the dense woods beyond. Even in the dark, I would have at least seen an outline, a shadow moving between the trees. But there was nothing. The voice had come from a direction where no path led. The woods behind our house were thick, untouched, stretching far beyond what any normal person would dare to walk through, especially at that hour. There were no houses beyond them, no streets, no reason for anyone to be there. It also wasn't a sound that could have traveled from inside the house. The television, if it had been on, wouldn't have been audible from outside. And the voice, it had responded to me. It had spoken the very second I had asked if someone was there. I sat in my room for a long time that night, replaying the moment in my head, trying to make sense of it. It was different from my past experiences, the ones I had come to accept as part of life in that house. There was something unsettling about this encounter, something that didn't quite fit into any explanation I could come up with. I wasn't sure what I had heard, but I knew one thing for certain. That voice had been waiting for me to ask. That night is something I still can't explain, no matter how many times I go over it in my mind. It happened about 5 or 6 years ago, and even now, I question what exactly it was that I encountered. Ever since I was a child, I've always been sensitive to the presence of spirits. I wouldn't call myself a medium, but I could feel things that others couldn't, and over time, I learned to trust my instincts. I had even trained under a Reiki shaman who taught me a lot about energies, spirits, and the unseen world. But nothing, absolutely nothing, prepared me for what happened that night. At the time, I was living in a small apartment in a quiet town in Denmark. It was nothing fancy, just a simple space to call home. For the first few months, everything was normal. My neighbors were friendly, the atmosphere was peaceful, and while I still sensed spiritual energy around me as I always did, nothing out of the ordinary happened. That changed when my friend moved in. We had known each other for years, and financially it made sense for us to split the rent. But from the moment he moved in, something felt off. It wasn't him, at least, not in a way I could explain. It was the energy surrounding him. It was heavy, sickening, like something was attached to him, or drawn to him. He didn't believe in the paranormal, so I never mentioned my unease. I told myself I was imagining things, that it was just me being overly sensitive. I convinced myself of that for a while. But I was wrong. Nothing strange happened at first. No objects moving, No strange noises, just that oppressive energy that seemed to hover around the apartment. It was always there, lurking in the background, like something watching from the shadows. Then, one night, everything changed. It was a regular evening. My roommate had gone to bed early because he had school the next morning, and I decided to stay up for a few more hours, gaming and watching a series on my computer. I had my headset on, completely immersed, when suddenly, the air in the apartment shifted. It was like the entire room had been swallowed by darkness, an overwhelming presence that I could feel pressing down on me from all sides. I had never felt anything like it before. It wasn't just the usual eerie sensation of a presence, it was absolute, pure fear. A wave of terror hit me so hard that I had the instinct to run. And I did. I actually ran out of the apartment, leaving my roommate asleep inside. It wasn't my proudest moment, but in that instant, I wasn't thinking. I just knew I had to get out. After a few minutes outside, I forced myself to calm down. Nothing had actually happened, right? It was just a feeling, just my imagination getting the best of me. I told myself I was being irrational and that I needed to go back inside. So I did. But the feeling didn't go away. It lingered, thick and suffocating, as if something unseen was in the room with me, watching. I tried to ignore it. I turned my attention back to my series, convincing myself that if I just acted normal, the fear would fade. It didn't. It only got worse. After about 30 minutes, I couldn't take it anymore. I decided to go to bed and sleep it off. Whatever this was, I'd deal with it in the morning. At around 3 or 4 in the morning, I woke up suddenly, my breath caught in my throat. I didn't know why at first. Then I saw it. There, standing at the foot of my bed, was a figure unlike anything I had ever seen before. It was tall, completely black, but not in a solid form. It was shifting, moving, like it was made of liquid darkness or fire. Its edges weren't defined, as if it were constantly flickering. And its eyes, deep red, glowing, staring straight into me. The moment I locked eyes with it, it moved. It bent forward at an unnatural speed, rushing toward me. It didn't walk, it didn't run, it just came at me in a flash. Then, right before it reached me, it vanished. I didn't even think. I jumped out of bed, bolting straight into a hallway, barely registering that I was only in my underwear. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I was going to pass out. I sat on the stairs outside my apartment for what felt like an eternity, trying to catch my breath, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. I had encountered spirits before, but nothing like this. Nothing so raw, so terrifying. Eventually, I told myself I needed to go back inside, grab my things, and go stay with my parents for the night. I didn't care if it made me look weak. I wasn't staying in that apartment. But when I walked back in, something was different. The heavy, dark energy was gone. It was like whatever had been there had left. I took a deep breath, telling myself that maybe I had just imagined it all. Then my roommate woke up. He sat up abruptly, eyes wide in panic, looking straight at me. His voice was shaking when he spoke. Holy sh*T. I swear I just saw something. A dark figure bent over me, staring right in my face. He described it exactly the way I had seen it. Every detail. The dark, flickering form, the red eyes, the way it had leaned in just before vanishing. I felt the blood drain from my face. I had told myself I was imagining things, but there was no way we both had the same hallucination. Without another word, I grabbed my things and left. I've spent years thinking about that night, replaying every moment, trying to understand what that thing was. It wasn't like any spirit or energy I had ever encountered before. It didn't feel like a lost soul, a ghost, or even a demon in the traditional sense. It was something different. Something I still can't define. After that night, nothing like that ever happened to me again. Maybe it left with my friend. Maybe it was attached to him all along. Or maybe it was something passing through, something drawn to that place for reasons I'll never understand. I still wonder if anyone else has ever experienced something like this. Whatever it was, I hope I never see it again. Ever since moving into this house 3 months ago, things have felt a little off. At first, everything seemed normal. My roommate, her husband, their child, and I settled in without any issues. The house was quiet, peaceful even, and for the first 2 weeks, nothing unusual happened. One evening, after a long day at work, I stepped into the house and immediately felt uneasy. It was a strange feeling, as though someone was watching me. At first I dismissed it, thinking I was just exhausted, but the feeling lingered. In the following days, it only grew stronger. It wasn't just a passing thought, it felt real, like unseen eyes were constantly on me. Then came the footsteps. Soft, almost hesitant, like someone walking on carpet. At first, I thought it was just the television playing tricks on my ears, but the sound kept coming at odd times when the house was silent. My roommate later confided in me that she often saw things from the corner of her eye, quick movements that disappeared when she turned to look. Objects seemed to shift places on their own, small things at first, nothing too alarming. She assumed her husband was moving them, but he denied it. Curious and slightly unnerved, I decided to talk to my mother about it. She has always had a strong intuition, and she told me something that made my skin crawl. She said there was a spirit in the house, the ghost of a little boy who used to live there. According to her, he wasn't dangerous, but he was still very much present. My mother believed that he hadn't realized he had passed, and was simply lingering in his old home. Neither my roommate nor I had seen this boy, but my roommate's 3-year-old daughter had. She often talked to someone unseen, laughing and playing with what we assumed was an imaginary friend. But then, one night, my roommate woke up to the sound of her daughter giggling in the dark. She found the little girl sitting up in bed, whispering to the air. When asked who she was talking to, the child simply pointed at the empty space beside her and said, "Look, Mommy! He's here!" That was enough to convince us that something unnatural was happening. My mother eventually came to visit, and as soon as she entered my room, she felt something strange. She walked toward the bathroom, and within moments, she complained of a headache and nausea. She later told me she felt a dark energy there, as if something bad had happened in that space. The thought made me uncomfortable, but I didn't feel personally threatened by whatever was in the house. Despite the eerie occurrences, I could sleep peacefully. The spirit left me alone, but my roommate was more affected. She was pregnant, and the thought of something unseen hovering around her child made her deeply uneasy. The only one who seemed completely unbothered was the 3-year-old, who continued to mention the little boy from time to time. Determined to bring some peace to our home, we decided to cleanse it. We burned sandalwood incense and sage, reciting prayers and speaking gently to the boy, telling him it was okay to move on. For 2 days, the house felt lighter, as though whatever was there had finally left. But then, the eerie feeling returned. My roommate grew even more frightened. She had initially planned to give her daughter her own room, but after everything that had happened, she changed her mind. The little girl continued to sleep with her parents, and the once empty room remained untouched. We weren't sure what to do next. We wanted to help the boy move on, to find peace, but he seemed unwilling to leave. My mother had sensed another presence in the house, one that wasn't as gentle, but I didn't feel the same. If there was something else here, it wasn't making itself known to me. The question that haunted me the most was why the boy only revealed himself to the child. Was it because children are more open to seeing spirits? Or was there something specific about this little girl that made him gravitate toward her? The more I thought about it, the more unsettled I became. We had tried to help him, but what if he didn't want to leave? What if he had a reason to stay? And if he wasn't the only presence in the house, what else could be lurking in the shadows, watching, waiting? Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. When I was about 8, my mom worked at a care home. Sometimes, after school, I had to take the bus there and wait for her shift to end. Usually, it was only an hour or so, and her boss didn't mind as long as I stayed in the nurse's break room and remained quiet. That was never an issue for me. I had been raised to be seen and not heard. But one night, staying quiet became incredibly difficult. I was sitting in the break room, reading a book from the school library, when I heard the sound of a woman crying. It was strange because it was around 7:30 in the evening on a Wednesday, which meant most of the residents were either in the activity hall playing bingo, quilting, or spending time with visiting family. This crying, though, wasn't coming from a distance. It was close, as if it were coming from the sunroom near the lobby. Normally, hearing someone upset didn't bother me too much. I had become accustomed to the occasional breakdowns or outbursts from residents, and a nurse was always quick to assist. But this time, nobody seemed to notice. No nurse was coming to check on the woman, and the longer I sat there, the more I felt compelled to go see for myself. I knew the closest thing to the sunroom was a restroom, and since I wasn't allowed to use the staff's, I decided to use that as my excuse. I went to the nurse at the station and told her I had to go, just in case my mom came looking for me. She nodded, distracted, and I quickly slipped out into the hall. Following the sound, I stepped into the sitting room near the lobby. There, I found a familiar resident, Mrs. Dolly, sitting alone with her head in her hands weeping. She was one of the sweetest women in the care home and always made a point to greet me whenever she saw me come in from school. As I approached, I realized something strange. She hadn't been in the sitting room when I arrived earlier. I was sure of it. But I brushed the thought aside and sat down next to her. She looked so sad, and I wanted to help. "Do you want me to get a nurse?" I asked softly. She lifted her head, her striking blue eyes filled with tears, and shook her head. "They can't help me, child," she whispered. "I've got to go home." I didn't know what to say. I knew the residents weren't allowed to leave, and I wasn't sure what she meant. I glanced around, hoping to spot a nurse so I wouldn't have to leave her alone. But there was no one. She kept crying, so I asked, "Is there anything I can do?" For the first time, she smiled, just briefly, and said, "Sing me a hymn." I knew plenty from church, but at that moment my mind went blank. "Which one?" I asked. "Down by the river," she murmured. "It calms me so." I only knew the chorus, but I figured it would be enough. So I began softly singing, hoping it would bring her some peace. "As I go down by the river to pray, studying about that good old way, if you shall wear a starry crown, good Lord, show me the way." As soon as I started singing, she stood up and began walking down the hall. I wasn't sure if I should follow, but something inside me told me not to leave her alone. I got up and quietly walked behind her. She moved toward the bend in the hallway, where the corridor turned. I kept my eyes on her as I followed. But as I rounded the corner, she was gone. I stopped in my tracks. She had just been there, right in front of me. There was no way she could have moved that fast. I looked everywhere, checked every possible place she could have gone. But there was nothing. Panic crept over me, and I turned, running straight back to the nurse's station. As soon as I got there, I blurted out what I had just seen. The nurse barely glanced at me before she suddenly stiffened. An alarm was going off. Without another word, she rushed down the hall. Moments later, my mother appeared, coming from another part of the home. When she saw the look on the nurse's face, she immediately knew something was wrong. I tried to explain everything, telling them about Mrs. Dolly crying in the sitting room, about how she asked me to sing to her, and how she walked away down the hall. Their expressions changed instantly. My mother's face went pale. The nurse stared at me with wide eyes, her mouth slightly open. It was then that they told me the truth. At the exact time I had been sitting with her, at the very moment I had been singing, Mrs. Dolly had passed away in her bed. My mother and another nurse had been with her when she took her last breath. I didn't know what to say. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I never forgot that night. And every time I hear that hymn, I feel her presence. I don't know why she came to me or how it was possible, but I know, without a doubt, that for a brief moment, she was there with me one last time. When I was 14, my aunt on my father's side moved to another country, leaving her house to my parents. Since my family had been renting, it made sense for us to move into a home we actually owned. For the first few weeks, everything was peaceful. One of my cousins was still living with us, finishing his own arrangements before he, too, moved abroad to join my aunt. But after he left, strange things began to happen. At first, it was subtle. Every time I walked to the bathroom, I felt a cold spot just outside the door. It was summer when I first noticed it, and the sudden drop in temperature felt unnatural, almost alarming. I tried to dismiss it, but the feeling never went away. Then, one morning, my sister had an experience that terrified her. We shared a bedroom with bunk beds. I slept on the top, and she had the lower one. She woke up early and saw a girl with long brown hair, wearing an oversized shirt, walking toward the bathroom from our bedroom door. Assuming it was me, she didn't think much of it. But after waiting for me to return and realizing I hadn't, she got up to check. To her shock, I was still fast asleep in my bed. She panicked and ran to tell our mother, who, in an attempt to calm her, assured her it must have been her imagination. I never saw anything like that while I was awake, but something strange started happening to me as well. Around the same time, I had begun taking dance classes, and shortly after, I started having recurring dreams about a girl. She matched the exact description my sister had given, the long brown hair, the way she moved. In the dream, she was always in a dark room, wearing ballet shoes and a gray dress that reached her knees. She would dance slowly, never taking her eyes off me. The dream repeated regularly for all the years I lived in that house. Years later, I was talking to my brother about these experiences, and to my surprise he had his own encounters with her. He admitted that he had always been afraid of looking at himself in my mother's full-length mirror. Every time he did, he would see a girl standing beside him, but only in the reflection. She was always his age. When we moved in, he was 6, and the girl appeared to be around 6 as well. He kept seeing her for years, until he was about 14. Curious, I asked our youngest brother if he had ever seen her. His response sent chills down my spine. He said that he had, but when we first moved in, she appeared to be around 4, the same age he was at the time. As he grew older, she seemed to grow with him, always appearing to match his age. Trying to make sense of everything, I asked my aunt if anyone had ever died in the house. She hesitated before telling me that there had been deaths both during the house's construction and within the family who originally owned it. One was a man who had committed suicide. The other was a young girl who had been electrocuted while trying to plug something into a power outlet near the bathroom. A strange detail stood out. No matter how many times my parents tried to fix that particular outlet, it never worked. It was constantly breaking, and we never got the chance to use it. My siblings and I now believe that the different girls we saw or dreamt about were actually the same spirit. She seemed to change her form to match our ages, perhaps in an attempt to connect with us. But despite the eerie encounters, none of us ever felt threatened by her. If anything, it felt as if she was lonely, as if she was simply looking for someone to acknowledge her presence. When my 3rd semester was approaching, there was a lot to prepare for. I struggled with accountancy, and my friends helped me by organizing group study sessions at my house. After one such session, my friends left around 7:30, and I went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Just as usual, there was a power cut. Using an emergency light, I managed to cook rice. Once done, I took my bike and rode to the mosque. On my way back, I considered stopping by the market to get some vegetables, but most of the shops were already closed. The streets were nearly deserted, with only a few people here and there. In our village, it was common for people to stay indoors after late evening, avoiding the streets. I continued toward my house, navigating the quiet and empty roads. As I rode past an area with 2 burial grounds, one for Hindus and another for Muslims a little further down, I turned onto a road leading to my neighborhood. That's when I sensed someone ahead. My bike's headlight illuminated a man standing at a distance, waving for a ride. I saw him trying to stop a scooter ahead of me, but the rider ignored him and sped away. As I got closer, He waved his thin arms more frantically. I slowed down and stopped. He was a short man with neatly trimmed hair, round eyes, and a fair complexion. He looked odd, not just in his physical appearance but in the way he moved. His left leg was shorter than his right, causing him to stagger when he walked. He seemed to be in his 30s but had a childlike expression. Stammering slightly, he said, "Please, brother, drop me near Shera's Hotel." Shera's Hotel was about 2 kilometers away on the other side of the Bangalore-Mysore highway. Seeing his physical condition and sensing that he might be mentally challenged, I felt pity for him. I told him to get on, and he struggled a bit before finally settling on the back seat. From the moment he sat behind me, he held onto my right arm for support, and kept thanking me repeatedly. "Brother, you helped me. You helped a man whom no one else would stop for. You are a good person," he kept saying. I simply nodded, replying, "It's okay, you're welcome." But he continued, "No, I mean it, brother. I pray that you always stay happy and prosperous. The jinns will be with you. They won't let any harm come to you." His words sent a chill down my spine. Jinns? Why was he talking about them? Before I could process it, he began whispering something under his breath. The words were unfamiliar, sounding like an ancient prayer or chant. The night was silent except for the hum of my bike and his low murmuring in my ear. The journey felt much longer than it should have. A sense of unease settled in. I just wanted to drop him off as soon as possible. After what felt like forever, we reached the highway, crossed it, and I stopped near Shera's Hotel. The area was completely deserted. Not a single shop was open, not a soul in sight. He thanked me again, smiling, and gripping my arm as he got off the bike with difficulty. Under the moonlight, his complexion looked even paler, almost glowing. I told him to take care and started moving my bike forward. Just as I rode a few feet away, something made me hit the brakes suddenly. At that exact moment, a speeding luxury bus thundered past on the highway, kicking up a cloud of dust. My heart pounded as I realized what had just happened. Had I delayed even by a second, I would have been on the road, crushed beneath the massive vehicle. I was shaken. My hands trembled on the handlebar, my breath shallow. As the dust cleared, I turned to look behind me, toward the man I had just dropped off. He was gone. The road was empty. There was no sign of him. There was nowhere he could have run or hidden, given his physical condition. He had simply vanished. I carefully crossed the highway and rode back home, my mind reeling. Who was he? Where did he go? What was that whispering he did on the bike? The questions haunted me all night. The next day, I told my friends about the incident. Instead of being shocked, they listened with knowing expressions. One of them, a close friend, said, "Many of my relatives who visit this village have seen this man. They describe him exactly as you did, asking for a lift, always on that road. But strangely, none of the local villagers have ever seen him. They've only heard these stories from outsiders." A shiver ran through me. Had I encountered something supernatural? Was he a wandering spirit, a lost soul, or something else entirely? And what did he mean when he said the jinns would protect me? To this day, I have no answers. Only the unsettling memory of that strange man and the night he mysteriously disappeared. The summer of 2014 was supposed to be just like any other, but what happened that night still gives me chills. I was 12 at the time, and it was the middle of July. My dad was at work, my mom had gone out shopping, and my younger sister was down the street playing with the neighbors. Since I hadn't seen my best friend in over a week, something that felt almost unreal to us because we were always together, I called her over. She agreed immediately, saying her dad would drop her off shortly. After some time, she arrived, and we wasted no time catching up, laughing, and fooling around like we always did. Hours passed, and by the time we were getting ready to settle in for the night, my best friend went upstairs to brush her teeth. By then, my sister had already come home and was fast asleep, and my mom had decided to go out with her friends for the evening after checking in on us and making dinner. It was a Saturday night, and she rarely had time to herself, so I didn't think much of it. My dad would be home from work soon, and for the time being, my best friend and I had the house to ourselves. A few minutes later, I heard my best friend call my name from upstairs. "Hey! Can you come here for a minute?" she said. "Sure. I'll be right up," I responded, heading toward the stairs. When I reached the hallway, I looked into the bathroom, expecting to see her brushing her teeth, but it was completely untouched. Normally, when she came over, she'd have her toothbrush, makeup bag, hairbrush, and all her usual essentials laid out. But the counter was empty. It struck me as odd, but I figured she had already packed up or forgotten to unpack in the first place. Just to be sure, I checked in on my sister. She was in a deep sleep, which was unusual because she was a light sleeper and would normally wake up as soon as I stepped on the creaky floorboard near her doorway. But she didn't stir. Again, I brushed it off, thinking she hadn't gotten much sleep the night before. Confused, I started searching for my best friend. I thought maybe she had gone into my room, but when I checked, it was empty. Her bag wasn't there either, which didn't make sense. The only other place she could be was my parents' room, but I knew she would never go in there. As I was about to check, I heard the front door downstairs shut, followed by her voice calling out, "Hey! I took Baxter out for you." Baxter was my dog. My stomach dropped. I turned and ran down the stairs, my heart pounding. There she was, standing by the door, untying Baxter's leash and taking off her coat and shoes. "What do you mean? He didn't have to go out. And how did you get down here so fast without me noticing?" I asked, still breathless from running down the stairs. She looked at me, confused. "What are you talking about? You just asked me to take him out." I stared at her. "That's not possible. You were upstairs, and I was up there looking for you." The color drained from her face. "I was never upstairs. I haven't even gone up there once." A cold wave of fear washed over me. "Then how did you think I asked you to take him out?" She hesitated before answering, looking genuinely scared now. "Because you were right in front of me asking." I felt lightheaded. "Are you serious? You're not messing with me?" I asked, hoping she would laugh and say it was all a joke. She shook her head. "I swear. I saw you standing in front of me. You asked me to take Baxter out, so I did." The realization hit me like a punch in the gut. If she was never upstairs, then who called my name? Who did I hear? Desperate for answers, I ran downstairs to where my sister had been sleeping. She was there, sitting at the computer, wide awake. But I had just seen her asleep in bed minutes ago. I ran back up, expecting to see her bed empty, but it was perfectly made, just as it had been before. My mind was spinning. At this point, I felt like I was losing my grip on reality. Was I imagining things? Had I been sleepwalking? When my parents got home, I immediately told them what happened. My dad checked the house, making sure all the doors and windows were locked and that no one had broken in. But of course, everything was exactly as it should be. That night, I struggled to sleep. When I finally drifted off, I had a dream, except it wasn't really a dream. It felt more like reliving the entire experience all over again. I heard my name being called exactly as it had been earlier. I saw myself walking through the house, searching for my best friend, just like before. Something about it felt too real. It was like I was trapped in a loop, experiencing the same moment again and again. Then, suddenly, I forced myself awake. My heart was racing. I turned to look at my best friend and sister. They were both asleep, exactly where they had been before. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, had been in that house with us that night. That night started like any other, with a casual get-together. My husband's newfound friends and neighbors had come over for an evening of drinks, chess, and conversation. The men were focused on their game, while we women sat together, talking about everything and anything. Somehow, the conversation drifted toward the paranormal, and soon enough, everyone was sharing their own experiences. It felt refreshing to finally be able to talk about my own encounters without judgment. Finding others who had experienced the unexplainable made me feel less alone, more validated in what I had always known to be real. The kids were in the game room, completely absorbed in their PlayStation. None of them were with us during the conversation, which makes what happened later all the more unsettling. After the guests had left, and the house had settled into its usual nighttime stillness, I turned on my favorite show and finally sat down to relax. That's when my eldest son, D, came into the living room and sat next to me. "Mom," he started, his voice calm but serious. "Do you remember the other night when you heard that girl's voice and that weird noise?" I nodded immediately. It wasn't something I could forget. He then explained that he, too, had heard the strange sound. But what he hadn't told me before was that, just before hearing it, he had felt something incredibly unsettling in his room. While lying in bed, he had the growing sensation that he was being urged, almost forced, to turn and face the wall. When he resisted, the feeling intensified. It was as though something was physically trying to turn him over, making him face the other direction. D had always been logical, trained to rule out every rational explanation before considering the possibility of something supernatural. He sat up in bed and glanced around the room, trying to pinpoint where the sensation was coming from. His younger brother lay fast asleep just a few feet away. But when he looked at his youngest sibling, his breath caught. Hovering over his brother was a perfectly round shadow. It floated there, unmoving, as if watching. D rubbed his eyes, thinking perhaps it was a trick of the dim light. But when he looked again, it was still there. He stared, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. A mix of excitement and concern filled him. Excitement because he had never seen anything like this before, concern because it was lingering over his brother. Suddenly, the shadow moved. It pulled away from his brother and drifted toward the bathroom. That's when he heard it, a strange, tension-filled sound, like a string being pulled to its breaking point, then released with a sharp, eerie twang. D shot up from bed, his heart pounding. He checked on his brother, who remained sound asleep, seemingly undisturbed. Gathering his courage, he stepped toward the hallway, planning to come find me. But as soon as he set foot outside the room, he felt something stop him mid-step. It wasn't just fear, something was physically preventing him from moving forward. At that moment, panic set in. Unsure of what to do, he turned around, jumped back into bed, and lay still until exhaustion took over. That was his experience. But what happened to me that same night makes everything even stranger. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. The only medication I take is Aleve for my constant migraines. I sleep in total darkness and silence because it helps me recover my energy, which is often drained by the end of the day. It also makes it easier for me to sense visitations without interference from external distractions. That night, after turning off the TV, I lay back and began to meditate, something I often did to help myself fall asleep. I allowed my body to relax, shifting into the perfect sleeping position. My eyes closed, my mind quieted. Then I heard it. The same sound my son had described, the eerie, tension-filled twang of a tight string being released. It was loud, and it was coming from the side of my husband's bed. I opened my eyes but stayed still, letting them adjust to the darkness. My heartbeat quickened as I strained to see through the dim room. Then came the voice. A small girl's voice cried out. "Oh no, what is going on?" The voice was coming from the same side of the bed. I shot up, heart pounding, and turned to look. There was nothing there. But I knew what I had heard. Without thinking, I bolted out of bed and ran to my daughter's room. She was fast asleep, undisturbed. Next, I hurried to my son's room. Two of them were sound asleep, but D was still awake. The rest of the night passed without incident, but something about that experience left a mark. My son and I had experienced something, separate yet connected. Something unseen had been in our home that night, something that had been trying to communicate. I still don't know what it was, but I do know one thing. It was real.